All right. Well, what is up, YouTube? What is going on, fellow fantasy people? And as always, what is up, the Catch fan? Hope y'all are doing all right and dandy tonight, man. You already know what time it is, man. It is Saturday night. It is time for the Saturday night live stream event, the late night event. Gonna be more excited, man. We're just gonna cool tonight. We're just gonna hang out and I'm gonna play some Madden. We're gonna do some fantasy Q&A. Uh, yeah, same old live stream as always, man. So, uh, we'll see who shows up tonight. But I am gonna go through my starting lineups for the week. So yeah, super excited to get into it as always, man. It's always it's a good time here in the late night live streams, man. So excited to be here, of course, man. Looking forward to the Catch fam rolling through and any new members of the Catch fam potentially rolling through as well. So, I've been thinking about this Madden franchise a little bit, man. Started this for the Catch fam, of course. We've made it all the way to the division playoffs, man. Uh, it's exciting. We're the Denver Broncos. We've dealt with a lot of injuries. We're not the best team, man, but we're here. For you Madden fans out there, we made it. So I'm going to continue this franchise for some time. If we if we lose this game and the season ends, then we're continuing with this season, man. So you guys heard me talk about it. I mean, Steven and I are both big Madden fans, so it's just kind of crazy to think, like, these streams primarily consist of fantasy Q&A, man. I'm also streaming Madden. You guys are watching, which is awesome, man. That's like a small community still, but the Catch fam means the world to both me and my co-host Steven. But just the fact that you guys are coming and hanging out for a bit and watching me play Madden while we do this fantasy Q&A, man, it's phenomenal, man. Really, really do appreciate you guys. So, Richard Glass, what is going on, brother? Good to see you here, man. As always, loyal member of the Catch fam. What's up, gentlemen? Taking a break from gaming and thought I'd stop in for a while. Awesome, man. It's good to have you, as always, man. Hope you're having a great night. Appreciate you taking a break from your gaming to come chill for a bit. Interested to know what you were playing, what your gaming is like lately, man. I mean, I got really deep into Warzone this past year, Call of Duty Warzone, and I had to ban myself. I had to literally quit from it. So I'm back on the Madden grind, and Madden was my last addiction, which is hard to admit, but it's true. And interested to hear what you've been gaming on the past year or couple of years, and some of your favorite games out there as well. Wow, Baker, jeez, that's the type of season Steve and I are expecting to see out of Baker. He hasn't looked that way in real life. But James, what is going on? Hope you're doing well, man. Hope you're having a fantastic night. Welcome to the Catch, as always, man. Good to have you here. Glad you're here, man. Couldn't be happier that you're here. So let's get into the question. Am I stupid for sitting Cook? I don't think he'll produce, and there's a high chance he injures it even more if he plays. Man, I don't think you're stupid per se. Um, oh gosh, I'm just looking in my fantasy league. And my opponent in my 12-man league, Steven's dad, just picked up Jared Goff, dropped Trevor Lawrence, dropped Will Fuller, picked up Chenault Jr., who I previously dropped, and dropped Jamison Crowder, and picked up Sammy Watkins, who I also dropped. So that's kind of interesting, to say the least. But yeah, man, I think with Dalvin Cook and a lot of these high-profile players, man, there's going to be weeks where you feel like you need to sit them, and that's okay, man. But I will say this much, right? Seattle at the moment is the worst team in the entire league against the running game. So I would start Cook if you're asking me. Um, I know his ankle is a concern, right? He didn't practice in Friday's practice, right? Uh, but I would still start him. I mean, Dalvin Cook historically it is a running back who deals with a lot of injury, right? And he's a veteran player who's going to sit out of some practices throughout the year. So I'm not going to say you're stupid, man. And I definitely think it's okay to make those, decisions on those high profile players when you feel appropriate, man. Uh, but I would definitely say that looking at the matchup, that I think you have to start Dalvin Cook, man. Seattle's been very, very bad. I mean, still small sample size, right? 2 games, right? But nonetheless, at the moment, man, they're sitting as the 32nd worst team against the run in the entire league. So yeah, I would definitely start Dalvin Cook if you're asking me, man, because uh, even if he does, theoretically get injured, like you're potentially predicting, right? Well, I think before he gets injured, he's probably going to see some pretty green pastures the way that Seattle has looked. So, if you're asking me, man, I would still start Cook, and yeah, we're dealing with some kind of veteran injuries this week, but that's going to happen, man. So I wouldn't be too worried about it overall. Just got an update to my phone, like literally this 3 seconds before I said I just got an update to my phone. Okay, just in. Wentz expected to play versus Titans. The Colts plan to start quarterback Carson Wentz, who has been pushing to play as he rehabbed from a pair of sprained ankles, reports Ian Rappaport, man. So, if that impacts you, your fantasy team, Mr. Carson Wentz with 2 rolled ankles is planning on being out there, man. Uh, so I guess that's good news if you're a Colt owner, right? There's some other guys on that team. Wow, we just got mossed by Odell. Wow. But yeah, Carson Wentz, the man who can't say no to a play, is going to play on Sunday. Doesn't surprise me. So that's interesting. We'll get more into that here in a bit. C-Crip, what is going on, man? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a fantastic freaking night. Thank you for being here for the Saturday night Saturday night live stream. Excuse me. Happy to have you here, man. Welcome to Catch, of course, as always, man. Good to have you. If D-Hop is out, play Kirk or Pittman. Okay, so there you go. There's a good example of the Carson Wentz scenario that we just got word of impacting a potential roster, right? I mean, Pittman is more valuable with Carson Wentz out there. Zach Pascal got dropped in my 12-man league, and I picked him up right away. He's shown great chemistry with Carson Wentz, so that's another guy. But overall, man, if you're asking me, I think those are both very good starts. I really like Christian Kirk, but I also really like Rondell Moore, who I'm kind of hoping, no offense to your roster, does a little bit better. But listen, man, Christian Kirk against the Jags could put up, another 20-plus point game like we saw in week 1, right? 5 targets, 5 receptions, 70 receiving yards, and 2 scores. And we saw kind of where his value is a little bit scary in week 2, right, where he did not score at all. And, full PPR, he still had a good stat line, right? Looking at it, 4 targets, 3 receptions, 65 yards, still a decent game, full PPR, right? But I think he's got a really good matchup this week, right? So I don't mind Christian Kirk, but I think Pittman's a good flex option as well. Or if that's your wide receiver 2 option, I think they're both good options. Kirk has been better on the year, but I'll say this much, man. Wentz is playing, okay? Tennessee, once again, small sample size, 32nd in the league against the pass. Worst team in the entire league against the pass. And hey, Pittman showed some poise against the Rams. A very, very good defense to do so, right? So I think that chemistry could continue here in week 3 with Wentz and Michael Pittman. So that's a very tough call, right? Pittman, 4 targets, 3 receptions, 29 receiving yards in week 1, no score. Week 2, 8 receptions off 12 targets, 123 receiving yards. Had 3 red zone targets from Wentz as well. Going up against the 32nd worst defense against the pass in the entire league. So I do like... Ooh, did you guys see that? Missed that interception. I do like where Pittman's at quite a bit. But that's a tough call because, the Jags are pretty god-awful also. And I expect this Arizona Cardinals team to look pretty good against the Jaguars as well. But looking at the matchup as a whole and looking at those specific statistics and the chemistry between Wentz and Pittman, uh, it's a really tough call, but I would definitely consider Pittman, as Christian Kirk has a history of being very, very inconsistent overall. But that's a tough call, man. It truly is. But I would take a gamble with those Indianapolis Colts. But it's kind of tough, right? Because Wentz might get injured again, right? I mean, he rolled both his ankles. I mean, gosh, it's a tough call, man. Let me know if you want me to dive more into that, because I feel like I just looked at all angles there and didn't give you a clear answer. But I would take a gamble on that of Michael Pittman if you're asking me, man. But it's going to be one of those, the risk reward with starting Kirk is there as well. So it's a really tough call, man. All right. It's Crip. What is going on, man? Good to see you in the chat as always. Loyal member of the Catch fam, man. Happy to help. Happy to help you. Happy to have you as always, man. I hope you're doing well. Hope you had a great week. Hope you're just cooling, enjoying your Saturday, man. Good to see you as always. Cook had a great game against Seattle last year. Yeah, he surely did. I like the start of Dalvin Cook right now. I think it's a good start, man. I think the way Seattle looks defensively, it's just too good of a matchup to not play him, even if he's dealing with an ankle injury. I just think it's too good of a matchup to not consider. But what's up? It's Crip, man. Good to see you as always. Shout out to you, man. Loyal member of the Catch fam, man. Happy to have you here as always, man. And let's see if we can't make a tackle. We can't make a tackle on Nick Chubb. Richard Glass, been playing the re-release Diablo 2. A little bit of WoW. Waiting for New World to drop next week. Nice, man. I like it. I've been relatively boring in some of these my past couple years or so of gaming, man. I used to be a lot more into RPGs and everything, and it just kind of fell off for me. I mean, I played like the Force Awakens, right? Star Wars game RPG that I thought was amazing. I've dwindled in playing some like some Morrowind and stuff like on the Switch, right? I played Breath of the Wild all the way through, which was amazing, right? Phenomenal, right? So yeah, man, I got a lot of respect for those games that you just put out there. So that's what's up, man. I know Steven loves Diablo 2. Him and one of our best friends, Gavin, were crazy about that game, man. If I get scored on with a fullback dive, oh my god. Oh wow, he's down at the 1. But yeah, man, that's what's up. I like to hear that, man. I need to get back into some RPGs and stuff when I have the free time, man. Crypt. Yeah, it's a hard decision. All right, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, you got it, man. You know what time it is, man. Catch fam is always here for you, my guy. Wow, another fullback dive. Cordell Patterson or Rondell Moore as my flex. Man, I like the hype around Cordell Patterson. Like, I think it's cool to see, but I just don't know on a consistent basis how much we're really going to see him perform like we did last week. And listen, I'm all aboard the Rondell Moore hype train, man. I'm all for it. So I'm going to advise, especially looking at the Jaguars, the way that they've played. Gosh, what just happened? The way the Jags are playing, I like Rondell Moore a lot, man. I've got him. I drafted him in my 20-man league, which I right now I'm feeling pretty good about that call, man. So I think Moore has a fantastic week. Let's go and look at some stats, man. He's receiver 19 on the season right now. The Jags, surprisingly, are the 19th best defense against a receiver in the league, which isn't good, but it's better than I'd expect. But Moore in week 1, 5 targets, 4 receptions, 68 receiving yards. Week 2, right, 7 receptions off of 8 targets, 114 receiving yards, and that massive touchdown grab as well. I like where he's at right now. I truly do. I feel like he will be much more consistent than that of Patterson. So it's a tough call. I mean, Cordell Patterson right now is looking at, well, it's just interesting because some platforms have him listed as a running back, most do, but then some have him listed as a wide receiver, right? He's actually looking, I mean, it's 2 weeks, right? At least in mine and Steven's half PPR 12-man league, he's ranked as RB10 on the season. So, uh, only 7 rushing attempts in week one. Actually, both seven rushing attempts in both week one and week two. And really, but he's getting a lot of that PPR value as well. And yeah, his stat line in week two was crazy, right? I mean, 7 rushing attempts, 11 rushing yards is bad, but one rushing score, right? 7 targets, 5 receptions, 58 receiving yards, and a receiving touchdown, right? So it's a tough call because he's got a good matchup against the Giants, right? But overall, man, I would personally roll with more. I think that the Cardinals are in that point in the season where they are just looking to light it up against whoever they play and really prove who they are. And I think they're just going to come out and light it up against the Jags. So let's see here, man. What is going on, Steven? Shout out to our co-host. Oh, wow, I missed Steven. Diablo 2 was one of my favorite games of all time growing up. Literally spent weeks of my life. Yeah, yeah. At least I shouted that out. What is up, Steven? What's up, baby? What's up? Shout out to our co-host, Steven, being up in the chat, man. Being up in the hizzy. Good to see you, brother, as always, man. Happy to have you. Let me know what's up with your dad stealing all my ex-receivers in our league, man. Steven, Cook should have a game against Seattle. Been getting carved up on ground. Understandable concerns around his injuries, but Dalvin Cook is a dangerous man when running that rock. Then he goes on to say Rondell Moore over that of Patterson. Yeah, I agree with both those statements. Let's see. Nick Brandon. Thanks, man. I was kind of leaning that way, too. Patterson looks so good in this highlights, lol. But he's 30 years old and not the premier back, so it makes sense. Yeah, I agree, man. And it's a good matchup against the Giants, don't get me wrong. But at the moment, right, I've got more faith in the Cardinals' offense as a whole. And I've got more faith in Rondell Moore as a player. So that's where I stand at personally. But I mean, I'm not saying Patterson's going to have a bad game. I just personally would start more over Patterson at the moment. But yeah, it's interesting to see, a veteran player kind of make a comeback, so to speak. Really, historically, he's been a fantastic return man, right? I mean, statistically, one of the best to ever do it. So I don't know, man. I don't know if I trust this Falcons offense. They've been pretty disappointing so far this year. So I would stick with more if I were you. And I think it's a good pick. But like I said, I think either way, I mean, you're still making a pretty good, flex decision overall. So Timothy Park, what is going on? Hope you're doing well, man. Welcome to the live stream. Saturday night, late night live stream. You know what time it is, baby. Just playing some Madden. Fantasy Q&A, man. You know it's good. So thank you for being here, man. Thanks for joining the catch, as always, man. Drake, OBJ, Tyson, Galladay, or Marquise Brown. Flex. Full PPR. Listen, man. You got a lot of good options. I still want to see how Odell Beckham plays at his first game back, right? Before we start him. I like Kenyon Drake this week. I don't mind Kenny Galladay against the Falcons, but let me tell you, man, Marquise Brown and Tyson Williams against the Lions is a matchup that we are exploiting from all freaking angles, man. I like both of those guys a lot. Man, I would start one of two of those guys. I think Tyson Williams. I mean, look at what Elijah Mitchell did to the Lions in week one. Look what Aaron Jones did to the Lions in week 2 and Monday Night Football. I think this Lions run defense, although they are built to theoretically stop the run, is just flat out awful against the run. Dan Campbell biting at the knees. His team has got to step it up, excuse me, man. And if you're asking me, I would start one of those two guys. I mean, Marquise Brown is he's looked pretty good to this point in the season, man. But I just think Tyson Williams is going to have a monster game, man. I really like where he's at the moment. But yeah, I like Marquise Brown as well, and I think there's some other good matchups there, right? I mean, Marquise Brown overall, man. I mean, he looks fantastic, right? In full PPR too. 6 receptions, 69 receiving yards, and a score in week 1, and then in week 2, once again, 6 receptions, 113 receiving yards, and 1 touchdown. So, man, he looks like a true wide receiver 1, and that's what the Ravens have been looking for. I don't know why the Browns are not stopping this play. I've told you guys this play is broken in Madden franchise mode. Usually the computer catches up to some degree, but I like both of those guys. It's a tough call, man. You have a lot of good options, man. And as long as Josh Jacobs isn't playing in full PPR, man, I really like Kenyon Drake too. Got a pretty good matchup up against Miami, right? But he's had at least 10 points through, both his games here through week 2. So I think Drake's a good start. Galladay's got a good matchup, man. But I tend to lean on starting running backs over receivers. So personally, I would start Tyson Williams out of all those guys, but I think Brown is a great option as well. And if you get last minute jitters and you throw in Galladay or Drake, I think those are pretty good starts too. But if you're asking me personally, I would be rolling with that of Tyson Williams, even in full PPR. And if I didn't pick him, then I would definitely consider Brown next as my number 2 guy. So I think you got a lot of good options, man. And overall, I would pick. I would roll with Tyson Williams. You're asking me, my guy. All right. Secret. Do you think I should still start D Hop if he does play? Yes, I do. I don't think that's a player that you can bench, man. I personally think he's going to be okay. I truly do. We see this happen a lot with veteran receivers, right? Let's go and see if we can't pull up. So he's a game day decision, right? We should know. I mean, my assumption would be by like 12:30, right? Because it is, if I'm not mistaken, it's a 1 o'clock game, right? Listen, if he can suit up, man, it's worth the risk. Just looking at the matchup alone, I would start him all day long if he's played, man. I don't think you can risk not starting him and seeing what he could potentially do and looking at those points on the bench. Wow, 2 rushing yards for us to start. Oh God, we might be playing Jacksonville in the the AFC Championship. Okay, that's what's up. All right, let's see. Richard Glass, I got a steal with Josh Allen. Would you start him over Tom Brady this week? That's a good question. I'd like to see what our co-host Steven would have to say about that. Listen, man, I like Josh Allen a lot, and I think actually to this point in the season, the Washington football defense might be a little overrated, and that pains me to say, man, because I'm a Washington fan, man. So I think in the secondary, they're not playing phenomenal by any means, man. So I think it's actually a pretty decent matchup overall for Josh Allen. I'm not going to be surprised if he finishes as a top 10, top 12 quarterback this week. But the way Brady has been playing, even against the Rams, man, who, I mean, showed some vulnerability overall last week against the Colts, right? I mean, it's still a very, very good defense, right? But the way Brady is playing right now, man, I'm starting Brady all day right now. I still think Allen's got the chance to be a top 10 quarterback easily this week, man. But right now, even against this LA Rams squad, man, I could see Brady still being a top 8 quarterback. Like, just the way he's playing, once again, I just don't know if you can risk not starting him. But either way, man, I think you make a good start overall. And I think that both of those starts are pretty beneficial to your roster as a whole. But guys, I mean, we got to start considering Tom Brady as a. I mean, it's early in the season, man. I'm not trying to overreact or anything, but listen, man, the pace he is on right now is scary. Okay, and we've seen quarterbacks start at ridiculous paces before. It's a very, very early point in the season, but overall, man, I do like where Tom Brady is right now, and I would start him against against the Rams, honestly. All right, Steven. Feels like there is a lot of hype around Patterson and a very small sample size. Need to see more of him before we can make him an every week start, but he is talented and more athletic than Davis. Yeah, I don't disagree with that, man. I mean, this whole Mike Davis situation has been relatively disappointing, right? And I mean, we saw what he did in relief of Christian McCaffrey last year, but I think just maybe having the pressure on him of having to be the true RB1, it hasn't necessarily worked out yet, right? But I would definitely agree with that. As old, I mean, they're both relatively old, but Patterson may be the veteran, out of the two guys, but overall, he is more athletic and more talented as well. Hidden X, what is going on, man? What is up, brother? Hope you're having a fantastic night. Happy to see you as always in the chat, man. Happy to see you joining the live stream, man. You know what time it is, man. We're just cooling, play some Madden, fancy Q&A, baby. Happy to have you here, man. Loyal member of the Catch fam. Good to see you, brother. What's up? What's up with you, brother? Should I start Jonnu Smith or Dawson Knox? It's a good question, man. Dawson Knox has looked all right, man. Full PPR at least, right? Johnny Smith has been an interesting play so far this year. I mean, this is a guy, Steven was really big on, right? Week 1, right? 5 receptions, 42 yards. Week 2, 4 receptions for 28 yards overall. So, well, I just drew a flag. I promised you guys I was smashing the A button. Nothing happened. So in terms of full PPR, Johnny Smith doesn't look that bad, but he doesn't really look great. He hasn't found the end zone, which is concerning, of course, right? I like Dawson Knox, but I don't really like his matchup, right? And they look pretty equivalent, in terms of points. So Dawson Knox in week 1, 4 receptions, 41 receiving yards. Week 2, only 2 receptions for 17 receiving yards, but he has found the end zone is the difference. Listen, man, the problem with the Bills outside of Stephon Diggs, right? When you look at all of these players as a whole, there's so many talented skill position guys, right? Zach Moss might have 2 scores. Devin Singletary might have a score. Dawson Knox might have a score. Gabriel Davis, Emmanuel Sanders, Cole Beasley, Stephon Diggs. It's a very inconsistent team. And if you start Dawson Knox, you're kind of touchdown dependent at that point. I mean, I know he had a pretty decent stat line like we just went over in week 1 without scoring. But overall, man, I think that the safer play is Jonnu Smith. And listen, man, I think the Patriots, they need a big game, man. I mean, they truly do. And our guy, Mac and Cheese, Big Mac, right? He's got to come out and ball out. And this Saints defense is good. But they've been a little banged up right now, man. And I don't know, man. I would personally roll with Johnny Smith because he's still garnering his points from an overall PPR standpoint, right? Where Dawson Knox, I feel like, isn't as consistent and kind of is relying on potentially getting in the end zone a little bit more than Johnny Smith is. So I would roll with Dawson Knox, and I'm also biased because my last name is Dawson, and my wife always said that Knox would be a really cool name for, if we ever had a boy. But I like Dawson Knox. I think he's a good start this week, man. So despite my biases, I like Dawson Knox at the moment, man. But oh, I'm so sorry. I'd meant to say Johnny Smith. I just got in my role about being biased towards Dawson Knox, even though this week I'm telling you not to start him. But yeah, I would roll with Johnny Smith as I think he's less touchdown dependent overall. Timothy Park, should I sit Sanders or Zeke for Drake or Tyson? Listen, man, I would start Tyson this week with pretty strong confidence at the running back position overall. He's going to decimate that Lions team is where I stand, right? I wouldn't worry about Zeke. I think he's got to listen, man. I think with Ezekiel Elliott, you should start him every single week, right? I like the matchup, NFC East game against the Eagles, man. So I would consider sitting Sanders for Tyson. I think Drake is better suited as a flex position because the thing with that of Kenyon Drake is you're only looking at for him to get about 10 points or so, maybe 10 to 12 points, right? Unless he, breaks a big one and gets in the end zone, right? So if you're asking me, man, yes, I think you should consider Tyson Williams over Miles Sanders. I think he's got a better matchup. And I think he's going to have a better game overall. But I still like where Miles Sanders is at. Um, but at this point in the season, I think Tyson Williams looking a little bit better overall, right? Um, I mean, just under 7 points last week for Miles Sanders. I mean, he's a guy who's got to get in the end zone or have more than a couple receptions to really show, his full PPR value. So yeah, I would start. I would start Tyson Williams with pretty extreme confidence at the running back position, man. Real goaded. What's good, Cash? What's up, man? Good to see you. Happy to have you in the chat, man. Hope you're doing fantastic. Loyal member of the Catch fam, man. Happy to have you here as always, man. Happy just to have you part of the Catch as well. So hope you're doing well. I might start Fuller over Galladay, man. I just feel like Fuller will get a lot of targets week 1, so I'm not sure, man. I might just start Fuller, man. Hey, if you've got conviction in the play, I think it's a good play. And listen, the main reason, we would consider starting Kenny Galladay, right, is more so to do with the fact that he's got such a good matchup. But he's better suited as a flex option. I mean, he's only had he hasn't had more than 4 receptions in his first 2 games, right? And he's only garnered about between 6 and 8 targets. So it's just a good matchup. But I think that our guy, the brisket, Jacoby Brissett, right, could come out and have a pretty good game against this Raiders secondary, man. And I don't mind the start of Will Fuller, right? I personally would like to see how he's implemented into the offense, how he's bouncing back from injury, how he looks from coming back from a suspension, et cetera, man. But overall, if you got conviction in the play, man, I think it's a great play. I don't mind it whatsoever. So, I think that's perfectly fine to do, man, especially if you're just trusting your gut instinct. Let's see. Jane Scott, what's up, homie? Good to see you in the chat. True, loyal. A1 day 1 member of the Catch fam right there, Miss Jane Scott. So good to see you as always. Shout out to you. Shout out to your fantasy victory over me in fantasy football last week. Absolutely slapped me around like a little baby child. So good to see you in the chat, Jane. Happy to have you here, of course. Thank you for being a member of the Catch fam, as always. Yeah, screw Brady. Oh, well, Jane is saying do not start Tom Brady this week against the Rams. Perfectly fine input. So if you're going by Jane's recommendation, don't start Tom Brady. But also understand she has a very strong hatred for Tom Brady. So happy to see you, Jane. Glad you're up in the hizzy tonight. Secret at Timothy Park. I would personally start Zeke over Drake and play Tyson as well. Yeah, that's basically where I stand with that call as well. I think that's a good recommendation overall. Preston Naha, what is going on, man? Welcome to the Catch. Hope you're doing well. Hope you consider becoming a true member of the Catch fam by hitting that sub button. But nonetheless, man, we just appreciate you being up in the stream tonight. Should I trade Corey Davis for Cortland Sutton? I think it's a good trade, man. I like where the Broncos are at right now. It's not just because I'm playing as them in Madden, right? I think, going back to the preseason, offseason, man, the Broncos were a team that I was very high on based on their strength of schedule. And now that Sutton is going to be the primary receiver 1, right? I mean, Tim Patrick and Noah Fant are there. These running backs have some receiver value, but Jerry Jeudy going down, there's really no competition for Sutton to be a wide receiver 1. So based on the strength of schedule overall and the more stable quarterback play from Teddy Two Gloves, right? I like Cortland Sutton. I think it's a good trade, man. And listen, man, I drafted Corey Davis in both my leagues. I mean, where you could draft him, he's a great value, right? But listen, I mean, Jacksonville last week, right? Now Sutton has got the New York Jets, the Baltimore Ravens, who aren't good against the pass at the moment, man. I mean, I know this Ravens defense has that reputation of being phenomenal at all times, right? But especially with the injury to Marcus Peters, I mean, look at the game last week against the Chiefs, man. It's not good out there, man, for the Ravens. And it's small sample size, man. They got plenty of time to fix that, right? But Sutton's going to have a lot of good matchups. I mean, the Ravens are looking at the 24th worst team against the pass. Then he's got the Steelers, who are the 25th ranked team against the pass, Raiders, Browns, Washington football team, the Cowboys, and then Philly. And believe it or not, at the moment, Philly is the best team against the pass in the entire league. But very small sample size. Some of these things will definitely change as the season goes on, but they may not too. But nonetheless, man, we don't need to go through every team. But yeah, if you look at his schedule, uh, very, very easy overall strength of schedule. And yeah, I really do like Corey Davis. I know he had a bad week in week 2 in that the Jets as a whole had a bad week in week 2. Zach Wilson played like doo-doo, right? But I would consider that trade 100%. Much more stable offense with the Broncos. Looking at Corey Davis, right? He's got some good matchups coming up. I mean, Denver this week's not a great matchup, but after that, Tennessee and Atlanta, then a bye week. But I mean, he's gonna be the wide receiver number 1 for the Jets, right? But overall, man, I like this Broncos team a whole lot more, and I would put a lot more faith in them than I would the Jets. So having the number 1 receiver on the Broncos, I think is going to be more beneficial to your fantasy roster than having the number 1 receiver on the Jets. So, yeah, man, that's who I would roll with. I think it's a good trade, man, and I don't think you'll regret that whatsoever. So, yeah, I think it's a good trade. I think you should definitely consider that, man. Let's see here. Hit it next. Thanks for the input. Yeah, man, you know I got you, bro. You know what time it is, man. Let's see. Digby Dog 9. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing fantastic. Welcome to the live stream. Welcome to the Catch. Hope you consider hitting that sub button, becoming part of the Catch fam, man. But nonetheless, we just appreciate you being out or being up in the live stream tonight, man. Happy to have you here. Who should I start at my flex? Allen Robinson, Trey Sermon, Rondell Moore, Cordell Patterson. If you're asking me, man, I am rolling with Rondell Moore all day long against the Jacksonville Jaguars. I am on this Rondell Moore train very, very heavy all the way until it falls off the track. So I like Rondell Moore this week a whole lot. I truly, truly do. Man, Allen Robinson. Whew, little disappointment from our guy A-Rob at this point in the season, right? Someone you went out and probably drafted looking to be a number 1 receiver. At full PPR, just under 10 points in week 1, and then week 2, just over 10 points, right? He scored 1 touchdown, right? Only had 4 targets last week, then 11 targets the week before. I do think we want to take a step back from the receivers on this Bears team at the moment because overall, we don't know how Justin Fields is going to roll out. It could be beneficial, but we also don't know if it's going to be beneficial for these receivers who haven't played too great already under, Andy Dalton's control, right? So overall, man, if you're asking me, I would personally roll with Rondell Moore all day long, man. I think it's a good start in the flex. And you've got Trey Sermon is an interesting start, right, as he's been upgraded to the quote-unquote RB1 for the Niners, man. But the way the Niners, I talked about this a lot, through the offseason, through this, first 2 weeks here. I don't like the way the 49ers implement their running backs whatsoever. It's all, you never know. Even if they say Raheem Mo starts the starter, or Hasty's the starter, or Sherman's the starter, or Kerryon Johnson just got elevated from the practice squad, right? I don't trust this Niners backfield whatsoever. If you're asking me, man, that's another situation that we want to sit back and monitor. And yeah, man, I think Rondell Moore is the safest option at the flex position overall. So I would start him, and I would start him with pretty good confidence against a very, very poor Jacksonville Jaguars team. Let's see. Richard Glass. I have Tyson starting over Gibson and hoping for the best. Yeah, man, I think it's a good start. I truly, truly do. And listen, man, I don't think it's over for Antonio Gibson by any means. I still like his long-term output on the season. I know he's been frustrating, especially probably where he spent draft capital on, but the game script for these first two games hasn't really benefited him as a player, right? It did in week 2, but then we saw some weird implementation of J.D. McKissick, right? So I still think Gibson's going to have a good season as a whole, and I wouldn't. I think you should still hold on to him, but yeah, I like the start of Tyson Williams over Gibson for this week. C-Crip, I have Marvin Jones over Pittman in the flex. Is that the right option? Oh, that's a tough one, man. I do like Pittman this week. And now that we know that Wentz is playing, I like that as well. Jones has looked like essentially the wide receiver one as a locked in wide receiver one for the Jaguars, right? He's had touchdowns in, both week 1 and week 2, so that's always encouraging to see. Good chemistry between him and Trevor Lawrence, right? At least 9 targets in both games, at least 5 receptions in both games, and at least 1 score. Those are pretty good numbers on a consistent basis, right? And I could definitely see this game between Arizona and the Jaguars turning into a little bit of a shootout. Nothing too crazy, man. I think the Cardinals are going to play a lot better overall. But I like where Marvin Jones is at, too. So that's a tough call, man. The Cardinals are 23rd against the pass. And then let's double check how things are looking for Pittman this week. Tennessee, we've already gone over this. Tennessee's the worst team in the league against the pass. That's a tough call, man. I really like both of those guys based on their matchup, based on the fact that they're kind of the security blanket for both of their quarterbacks at the moment. So that's a really tough call. I don't think you're going to go wrong with either call. As long as Wentz can stick out this game, man, I think Pittman has a really good game. But I think Jones probably has a chance to have just as good as a game overall. So that's a tough call, man. I don't want to give you a non-clear answer, but I think you're making a good start no matter what. And if you're asking me, I would honestly probably start Marvin Jones. But I think I got a little bit of faith left in this Jaguars team that a lot of people don't. But I think Pittman's a great start too, man. Really hard to say. I think they're going to both finish with similar stat lines overall. Real goated. So if I start Fuller as my wide receiver 2, should I start Drake in my flex or Galladay in my flex? And C. Crip says, goated, I'd go Drake in the flex, man. Listen, I think flex. I think Drake is a lock for 10 plus points in the flex. So I think he's a perfect flex player for the week overall. I like Galladay's matchup, but once again, that's truly the only thing I really like about Galladay this week is the matchup, right? Outside of that, I'm still not really sold on Galladay. I think Shepard's the number 1 receiver in the offense, and I kind of agree there. I think Drake is a really good flex option. As long as, we don't see Josh Jacobs come back, I basically think that Kenyon Drake is going to secure you 10 plus points until further notice. And even when Jacobs does come back, I could still see Kenyon Drake having a pretty consistent 10-point outing week in and week out. As Jacobs was there in week 1. So yeah, I think Drake is a very good flex option overall. So yeah, AFC Championship game against the Chiefs. Let's go, guys. Madden franchise. Digby Dog, 9. Thanks, bro. Yeah, you got it, homie. Anytime, man. That's what we are here for, man. That's what the Catch Fam is all about. Dried Ocean, hope you're doing well, man. Welcome to the Catch. Welcome to the live stream, man. Just cooling Saturday night. Just hanging out, man. Playing some Madden, fantasy Q&A, man. Just cooling, man. But thanks for joining the live stream. Thanks for popping into the live chat, man. Hope you consider becoming part of the Catch Fam. Hitting that sub button, man. But nonetheless, we just appreciate you being in the stream tonight and hanging out. So let's get to the question. Deep league, and I'm dealing with injuries. Do I go Barber or Connor? So I'm assuming you are rolling with either Peyton Barber. Correct me if I'm wrong, but let's just double check. Double check. Excuse me. Uh yeah, only 13 carries last week, right? Got Miami this week. It's a decent matchup overall. He's available in my 20-man league. Yeah, please let me know if it's not Peyton Barber, but I can't think of anyone else it would be. Let's see. I mean, dude, Miami's 27th against the running back position overall. So it's not a bad start. It's just kind of a risky start overall, right? And he could, I mean, you're basically relying on a touchdown. He's relatively touchdown dependent this week. And not even relatively. He is touchdown dependent this week. That is exactly what you are relying on there. And then I'm assuming you're referring to James Conner as well. He's been pretty disappointing this week. But the Jaguars, right, 24th overall against the run. So another, bad team, right? But right now, Connor has been. And now I see, yeah, Peyton or James. That's a tough call, man. And trust me, man, I'm in a 20-man league. I gotta make some tough calls week in and week out too. So I definitely understand being there as well. But I think you just have to look at which one of these teams do you think is going to perform better offensively. And I think it's the Cardinals at the moment, man. But I also think that it's a really good matchup for Peyton Barber. But I feel like he's 100% touchdown dependent, right? Where James Conner could still see some work outside of the red zone, right? So I do like where I would roll James Conner. It's a really tough call, man. It truly, truly is. But I like where James Conner is at. So tough call, man. Tough call. But I would roll with James Conner if you're asking me. Just based on the offense as a whole. Not that the Raiders look bad, but I think that this Cardinals-Jags game will be a little bit higher scoring overall. Even though Miami just got blown out completely, right? So that's a tough call, man. I could go back and forth all night on that one. That's tough. Let's see. But thanks for the question. Thanks for being up in the stream tonight. We really do appreciate it, my guy. All right, let's see here. Secret. Thanks, bro. Or brother. I'm really making you think. Yeah, man. I mean, I appreciate when you guys make me think. But I really try to dive into these things from all angles. I mean, that's what's beneficial about these live streams, right? Is we just have that open communication. We can really pick these things apart. So no problem, man. I appreciate the questions as always. As Patty Mahomes is about to throw a pick six. Oh my goodness. Okay. We got tackled. Anyways, but yeah, of course, C-Crip. I know I got you, man. Rolando, let's see. Do you think that if Cook plays, he'll play limited or normally? And let's see. I could play Saquon instead of Cook just to be safe, but I don't know if that's a good idea. I like Saquon as a flex play this week, man. I mean, I like him as a start too, if he's your RB2. Just such a good matchup. I think things are going to come together for him here in week 3, right? I like where Saquon is at overall. But listen, man, Seattle is the worst team in the entire league against the run. And I think even if we see a limited Dalvin Cook this week, he's still playing against the worst team in the league against the run, right? I mean, I know it's a small sample size, right? Only 2 weeks. But nonetheless, man, I think you should start Dalvin Cook. I think if you have Dalvin Cook on your roster, you should start him this week. And if you can flex Saquon, I'd be interested to see who your other running back is. But if you can flex Saquon, I think it's a good play as well. Oh, hello, wife. That's my wife. Cool game. Thank you. Thank you for being in the live stream and for showing the catch some support. Shout out to you. My pregnant wife, love you very much. Love our daughter as well, who is on the way. So shout out to you. Thank you for being in the live stream and showing some support. And I'm glad you think this game of Madden is cool. Jason Kenobi, start Marvin Jones or Claypool this week. Honestly, man, I would roll with Marvin Jones until further notice, right? Until we see him not score a touchdown and not show that great chemistry uh, with that of Trevor Lawrence. I would start Marvin Jones, right? Claypool's been kind of interesting thus far this season, right? Uh, and I think that Jones is the more consistent player at the moment. I mean, just around 8 to 10 points for Chase Claypool at the moment. Pretty good matchup against Cincinnati, right? But if you're asking me, I think that Jones is the better start at this given moment. But we're kind of waiting for Claypool to pop off and to really show that big playability again, right? It's a good matchup. Don't get me wrong. He plays well in divisional games typically. Um, but if you're asking me, man, I would roll Marvin Jones this week. So, Dried Ocean. Hope you are doing. Oh, yeah, I already got you. I already got the introduction for you. I feel like Connor is the better player. Just worried of Kyler vulturing the touchdowns. Yeah, I mean, hey, I don't blame that concern whatsoever. Um, it's hard to say, right, what Kyler's going to do week in and week out. And that's kind of the point, right? I think Peyton Barber, like I said, is 100% touchdown dependent. And then I think that James Conner could see more work outside of the red zone. So I think just looking at it from that perspective, I do think that Connor is a better play. But it's definitely fair to be worried about Kyler taking away all of the wow. I thought we were going to get Moss there. Taking away, all of the offensive firepower from some of the other guys. But between both of those players, I would personally start Connor, as I think he'll see probably more involvement overall. But don't get me wrong, we could certainly see Peyton Barber get in the end zone. I just think he's 100% touchdown dependent at the moment. Let's see. The end. What is going on, man? Good to see you back in the chat, man. Good to have you at the live stream, of course, man. Hope you are doing well. Welcome to the catch, of course. We know you've been up in the hizzy before, but welcome back, man. Good to have you as always, man. Hope you're doing well. All that good stuff, man. You know what time it is. A little bit Saturday night late live stream action, man. Just happy to have you. Happy to have a member of the catch in the building. Is it wise to keep both Keenan Allen and Mike Williams on the same team, or should I trade one and Tanyan for a stud tight end? I think it's okay to have both of them, considering that the Chargers are one of those teams that we know they're going to throw the football, right? I mean, even their RB1 is primarily catching the football. So I think it's okay to have both of them. I truly do. And listen, man, I'm a little biased with my guy Robbie T, right? But overall, man, I would hang on to Robert Tanyan and both of those receivers as it's giving you good depth. I know it's hard for the most part to start two receivers from the same team, unless it's like CeeDee Lamb and Amari Cooper, Chris Godwin and Mike Evans. I get it, man. But I would put the Chargers tandem, and of course the guy who just caught the ball, who's a tight end, Travis Kelce and Tyreek Hill would be another example, right? But I don't mind having both of those guys. And I would put that tandem, Mike Williams and Keenan Allen and the Chargers offense kind of up there on the list as another team that I don't necessarily mind starting multiple players from. So I would hold on to them. And I know Tanyan hasn't been incredibly consistent with a bad game in week 1 and a good game in week 2, but I think on the season he's going to have a good year. If you could get Travis Kelce or Darren Waller, and at this point in time, TJ Hawkinson, then it's potentially worth it. But I still think on a consistent basis, you're going to enjoy having the option of one or two of those receivers and Mike Williams and Keenan Allen. And I think that Robert Tanyan is going to give you a good output on the entire season as a whole as well. So I would hold off for now unless you get an outstanding deal. And if you're going to ship two guys, man, try and get two players in return. I mean, I know it's hard if you're going to get a value like Travis Kelce or Darren Waller, but If you can get Hawkinson and a receiver that you're confident in, then yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair trade, man. But overall, man, I would give it some more time before you jump the gun there. Let's see. Richard Glass, Rondell Moore, or Sutton in half PPR. Tough call. Both have really good matchups, right? The Broncos are probably going to decimate the Jets this week. Uh, and I would say that the Cardinals are probably also going to decimate the Jacksonville Jaguars this week. So that's a very tough call, man. Listen, I'll say this much. I think Cortland Sutton has a better opportunity to score as we've well, let's double check the stats. Let's double check these stats, man. Uh, I still kind of feel like Cortland Sutton is the better start overall. But I really, really like Rondell Moore. Why are you giving me? You guys give me some tough calls tonight, man. Uh, Listen, Cortland Sutton had 9 receptions for 159 yards last week against the Jaguars. So Rondell Moore theoretically could come out and have the same stat line, right? Uh, being that he's playing the Jaguars this week, man. So I don't know if, in terms of half people, or if it really matters because actually on the season, Rondell Moore has more touchdowns overall. So if I'm not mistaken, and yeah, I don't believe I am because I don't think Cortland Sutton has scored at all this season. Yeah, and Moore has. So in terms of half PPR, it's a really tough call, man. Both really good options overall. Rondell Moore did not score in week 1 and scored last week. So, man, you guys give me some tough ones tonight. Truly, truly are. I am on this Rondell Moore hype train. Right now, Daniel Jones and Rondell Moore and KJ Osborne, those are the hype trains I'm on. So, I would roll with Rondell Moore, but it really pains me. I can't even think of a logical reason why I would start him over Sutton. Because Sutton's matchup is amazing, and he is the true wide receiver 1, where Moore is not the true wide receiver 1. He's just an extreme playmaker, right? So, gosh, now I'm thinking I should tell you to start Cortland Sutton. Come on, Richard. I know you did this on purpose, man. Let me know what you're thinking. I want to get your feedback on it too, man, because I'm a little bit torn. Headed next, should I trade Allen Robinson for Miles Sanders? Yes. I think you should. Because I'm scared of this Bears offense right now. Turning into more... Well, remind me of your roster overall. Because it depends on how you feel about your running backs and how you feel about your receivers. But at the moment, man, I am scared of how this Bears offense could potentially roll out under Justin Fields. And I like Justin Fields, man. It's, we're fans of Justin Fields here at the Catch, man. Don't get me wrong. But he is a mobile running quarterback, and we need to make sure he has the chemistry with Allen Robinson, which he absolutely should. Right? Allen Robinson's a great wide receiver 1. And yeah, Miles Sanders has been underwhelming thus far in the season. And Allen Robinson has been underwhelming thus far in the season as well. So that's a tough call, man. It truly, truly is. But if you're asking me, man, if I needed the running back, if I needed depth at the running back spot, I would definitely do it. Because I think receivers are so deep. I mean, we've already seen so many players jump off the waiver wire, right? Some of the Raiders guys, KJ Osborne, Moore, right, on the Cardinals, who we've been talking about all night long. Quentin Cephas on the Lions. I mean, it's going to be going on essentially all year long. The receivers are always deep, man. So I think you can find other players to start there. Wow, he totally stepped out of Browns. Are you kidding me? And that's the thing with the running back position is it's just it's not too deep whatsoever. So it's a tough call, man. But I think you should definitely consider it if you're confident at the position overall. So let's see here, man. I got to turn on the fan. Give me like 20 seconds, guys. 20 seconds. You can count. Be 20 seconds. Okay, turn on the fan. We're good. Sorry, guys. It's a little hot up here. Forgot to turn it on before this stream. All right, so hit an X. I'm going to jump down here. My wide receivers are Marquise Brown, Sterling Shepard, Marvin Jones. My running backs are Jonathan Taylor and Austin Eckler. Yes. I think it's a good trade to consider. Now I see you. I think I'll wait after tomorrow to see if I should trade or not. I think that's a good call too, my guy. We want to see how this offense rolls out under Justin Fields. And like I said, it could be beneficial, but it might not be that beneficial for Allen Robinson. So I think that's a good plan. Wait until after tomorrow. And I think tomorrow is a good test for Miles Sanders as well. So I think that's a good plan. But looking at your running back situation, looking at your receivers, I think you're going to get enough value out of Brown, Shepard, and Jones the way they're playing that you might not even need to ever start Allen Robinson on a consistent basis. So, yeah, I think it's definitely something to consider, man. So let me back up a little bit here. Greg, what is going on, man? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a fantastic night, man. Welcome to the Catch. Welcome to the live stream. Happy to have you here, man. I hope you consider becoming part of the Catch fam, man. But nonetheless, man, even if you don't subscribe, we just appreciate you being in the live stream tonight, man. Appreciate you being in the live chat as well. Hope you're doing fantastic. Pick one in PPR. Pittman, Pollard, Jamal Williams, or Waddle. It's a tough call. I would personally, I think Pittman's going to have another good week, guys. I really do. I mean, he played so well against the Rams last week. It's another good matchup. We know that Wentz is playing right now. I mean, he's playing with like 7 injuries, right? So who knows how it's going to turn out. It's maybe a little risky overall, but I still like the start, man. I really do like Pittman this week. Jamal Williams is an interesting start right now, right? As we saw such a good week 1 out of him, and that Jamal Williams, drum was really banging, right? People were really getting hype about Jamal Williams as a whole, and I still like where he's at. I think he's one of the better handcuff situations in the league as a whole. But it's kind of hard to start him on a consistent basis, right? And the Ravens have been decent against the run, right? We only saw 5 points, around 5 to 6 points, 7 points, depending on your scoring format, out of Jamal Williams. So I'm not high there. I like what Tony Pollard did last week. And a lot of people are hating on me for saying this, but I want to see a bigger sample size before I jump the gun on Tony Pollard. So I'm just not there yet. But it could definitely pay off. And then I like Waddle, man. I think even with the Brisket back there, Jacoby Brissett, right? I think that Waddle's a decent option too. I mean, a great week 1 where we saw him get in the end zone, and then not so good of a week 2. But nonetheless, I think that the best bet out of all those guys is going to be Michael Pittman. I truly do. So I would roll with Pittman if you're asking me. Let's see. The end. Jamar Chase or Rondell Moore for flex. Listen, man, I don't want to be vanilla with y'all tonight, but Rondell Moore is my answer. I'm on this train until it crashes. I'm rolling with Rondell Moore. I'm very happy with what Jamar Chase has done overall, right? I mean, right now, and half PPR sitting at wide receiver 14, which is good, man. And Pittsburgh's been bad against the pass. They're 25th overall against the pass, so it's not a bad start by any means. I wouldn't mind if you did start Jamar Chase. We've seen the true chemistry between him and Burrow as a whole, but overall, man, I still like. Oh God, I just threw an awful interception. Gosh, that was awful. Yeah, man. If you're asking me, man, it's going to be Rondell Moore all day. Richard Glass, I have Sutton starting right now. I like Moore because of Hopkins' injury. Yeah, that's fair, man. And listen, like I just said, I'm on this Rondell Moore train all day long, but I really like Cortland Sutton against the Jets too, man. I think it's such a good matchup. So uh, that's a tough call. It truly, truly is. But if you start Moore, I think it's a great start. I'm not going to fault you for starting Moore whatsoever, as we just talked about. I am on that train until freaking crashes, man. Jason Kenobi, if Hopkins doesn't play, do I start Rondell or Marvin Jones? Once again, really, if I'm being too vanilla and you guys want me to dive into these decisions more, please let me know. We are going to be here for quite some time, so it's not going to bother me whatsoever. But I like Moore a lot. I truly, truly do. But that's another tough decision, man. I think that Marvin Jones is a great flex this week as well. So that's a tough call. But I would roll with the momentum of Rondell Moore. If you're looking for some upside capability, I think he's going to present that, right? I think that Marvin Jones is the maybe safer player, but he might not pop off for 20 or more points, right? Where I think a solid stat line for Moore is between 10 and 15 points. The upside is anywhere from 20 to 25 points, right? So overall, when we're looking right to Marvin Jones, he's looking about a 12 to 16 point type of range on a consistent basis right now. So Jones might feel safer, but Moore is going to give you more upside and a higher ceiling if you're asking me. So that's where I'm at with that one. But I think either way, you have a good start in the flex position as a whole. So it's tough, man. XXX Lex, what is going on, man? Good to see you in the chat. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a great night, man. Happy to have you here as always, man. Welcome to the Saturday night live stream, man. You know what time it is. We're just cooling. Fantasy Q&A time. Playing some Madden, man. Just getting ready for another beautiful week of fantasy football and NFL action. Should I drop Chark for Pittman or Cephas? Add pick 2 for flex. Okay, let's start with the first part of the question. I don't mind dropping Chark for Pittman or Cephas, right? DJ Chark is a boomer bust player, right? I've got him in my 20-man league, and I just can't find myself starting him. I mean, unless we see an injury to Marvin Jones, I just can't see myself starting him, man. And listen, I think Pittman is a true wide receiver 1. And yeah, I like Quentin Cephas. I know he's on the Lions, but he, at this point in time, is a true wide receiver 1. So I think those are both better options. Now, I like the Colts a little bit more offensively as long as Carson is healthy. But the Lions look all right offensively too. Even if they can't win football games, we're not trying to win NFL games. We're trying to win fantasy football games. And Cephas is a true wide receiver 1, guys. If he's available in your league and you're thin at receiver, he is worth the waiver wire ad at this point in time, man. I had to drop him in my 20-man league to pick up. This is so embarrassing. I had to pick up fucking Jacob Eason in my 20-man league because Tua is my starting quarterback, and my opponent picked up Jacoby Brissett, and I could have started our guy Mills on the Texans, right? I mean, I'm just a mess in my 20-man league. But I had to drop Cephas, and I am very upset with that, man. Like, he's already gotten picked up, and I mean, I dropped him over Chark, right? And I'm regretting that, man. So if you're asking me, yeah, I think Pittman and Cephas are both good options, but it's tough, man. Jason Kenobi, man, you run that slant pass to Fant a lot. Bro, that ain't the only play I run a lot, and that's a testament to how poorly Madden has progressed over the years. This play that I just scored on, I run this play a lot. So the nice thing is I can play Madden and potentially win and not have to think about it a lot, and I can focus on our fantasy Q&A. But you're not wrong, man, and I ain't gonna lie, man. If I was playing online or if I was playing with some homies, the whole game plan would be a little bit different, be a lot more intense. But in franchise mode, I can kind of sit back and chillax. But you're not wrong, my guy. You're truly not. Maybe I'll try and switch it up. After I mean we're in the playoffs. We're about to hit the Super Bowl as long as we hold Kansas City here. But maybe in the next season I'll try and switch it up a bit, so you guys don't have to have something boring to look at, right? Which that's the main reason we have Madden up on the screen, because it's just something to fill the void, so you don't have to stare at my face. And then during games, you guys know I can't throw live NFL games up on the screen, so it's just something to have going, right? But you're not wrong, my guy. Good observation. And let's get back. XX Lex, pick 2 for flex, full PPR. Mike Davis, Devonta Smith, Galladay, Hunt, Chark, Pollard, and Gainwell. Ooh. Coming out with the ringer, man. A lot of good options. But, man, I kind of like where Devonta Smith is at right now. Hold on, I gotta change what I'm double checking these stats on. There we go. Devonta Smith, man, a bad showing in week 2, right? A bad game in week 2 overall for the Eagles. I think he could have a big bounce back game. He still had 7 targets in week 2, only had 8 targets in week 1, so it's not that big of a difference, right? He just actually was catching more balls and caught a touchdown. I think he has the potential to have a bounce back game here in week 3. I would rule out Mike Davis if you're asking me. I don't like where he's at all. Kareem Hunt always has the chance to score and have a good fantasy stat line, man. Then he's always got a chance to have less than 6 or less than 7 points against a team like the Houston Texans. So the Browns are playing Chicago, and typically when we see, it's kind of weird, right? There's 2 scenarios with Kareem Hunt. When we see them playing against a better team, sometimes he gets more involved, and then when we see them playing against a worse team and they want to bench Nick Chubb and give him some rest, we see some better or more involvement by Kareem Hunt. So it's just always weird with him, but I don't think he's a bad flex option overall. Chark, Pollard, and Gainwell, man. Not crazy about Chark, as he's really boomer bust, if you're asking me, man. And I own him right in my 20-man league, but I really view him as boomer bust, excuse me. Gainwell is an interesting play, man. But I don't know how crazy I am about him. But in these NFC East games, you just never know what's going to happen, man. It's a tough call. And once again, with Tony Pollard, I'm just not 100% sold. I want to see a larger sample size overall before we really jump the gun there. But once again, these NFC East games, you just never know what the hell is going to happen, right? So if you're asking me, I would start Smith, and I would consider Galladay just because of the matchup. But if you don't start him, I would flip a triple-sided dice or whatever between those 3 running backs, because I view them as pretty similar value overall. I would maybe take a risk on Kareem Hunt. But like I said, these NFC East teams, they present a lot of oddness, and I could see both Gainwell or Pollard scoring this week. So that's a very tough call. But to answer your first question, yeah, I think Pittman and Cephas are more valuable than Chark. And then I would roll with Smith and then one of those 3 running backs, and I'm leaning mostly towards Kareem Hunt. But don't get me wrong, man. I think Pollard and Gainwell are pretty good flex options, just being that it's always a weird game when the Cowboys and Eagles play each other, I feel like. So, yeah, that's a tough call, my guy. Wow. Speaking of plays I run a lot in Madden, I don't know if you saw that, my guy Jason Kenobi, but this is the play we were just talking about. Let's see. Hidden X. I feel like if Allen Robinson does bad this week, the person I'm trading to wouldn't want him anymore for Miles Sanders. That could be true. Or they could be looking for a long-term receiver 1, which Allen Robinson is still going to be. And listen, man, if Miles Sanders doesn't have a great game this week, then he might still be up for the trade. It might make you not feel that great about the trade overall, but I think looking at your running backs, that Miles Sanders is the better option for your roster. But yeah, it's hard to say what your potential tradee is thinking, right? What your opponents are thinking overall. But uh, I don't think you're necessarily wrong, but uh, don't worry about it too much, man. And regardless if one person has been interested in Allen Robinson, then even if he isn't interested, you could potentially still put him on the trading block, make some offers throughout your league, and see if other people out there have any interest in trading a kind of mediocre to this point in the season, mediocre running back for Allen Robinson. He's playing pretty mediocre as well. But listen, man, just because they're playing mediocre through the first 2 or 3 weeks doesn't mean that they're going to have a bad season as a whole. So I still think you can get pretty good value, even if he doesn't have the best game tomorrow as well. So I wouldn't stress too much about it as a whole. All right. Wow. They were kind of beating up on these Kansas City Chiefs, bro. I think they have some injuries, man. Trying to locate my water. Let's see. One of the first mock drafts we did on this channel, I guess I was drinking water and it was really loud, and uh, someone commented like your sipping is so cringe to listen to. Dot dot dot. That like really hurt my confidence early in the channel. I'm not gonna lie, man. So I try to be very quiet when I drink water when I'm recording or live streaming now. But it's funny to look back on those things. One of our first podcast episodes, someone came through and uh, told me I sounded like a geriatric priest, and quite honestly, that was one of the best things to ever happen to this channel, because it really it got me kind of sparked up and wanting to get more consistent enthusiasm and more, all of that in my voice and everything. As Melvin Gordon is going crazy in Madden, what the world? Uh, all right, let's see what's up, man. What are your thoughts on Saquon? I have him and Melvin Gordon. Well, if we're going by Madden, Melvin Gordon is the better running back, but we're not going by Madden, right? Listen, man, I like Saquon right now. I think he's got a great matchup. I think he's got all the potential in the world to have a great game and kind of bounce back from his injury and finally put it together, right? Is it possible that he does not do all of that? Sure, right? But I think he's worth holding on to. Listen, man, I like Melvin Gordon. He's got a very, very easy strength of schedule as a whole. Um, I do like Javonte Williams, though, and I can see him creeping up uh, as the main running back on that team, right? Um, but that's a tough call. That truly is. I mean, if you're asking who I should start or who I would start between the two, it's tough to say. But if you're asking just how I feel about both of those guys, well, I do like both of them, man. I truly, truly do. I think they're worth keeping right now. But I think Javonte Williams could start to eat into Melvin Gordon, right? Um, I mean, the thing with Melvin Gordon is if you take away that, what was it, a 71-yard rushing touchdown in week one, then his stat line looks almost identical to what he did in week two. And right now, Javonte Williams is getting more touches than Melvin Gordon. If I'm not mistaken, on the season, and I think last week they split their carries pretty evenly overall. I think they both had the same amount of carries last week, right? But nonetheless, man, I like both of them, and I think they're both worth keeping on your roster at this given time. Jason Kenobi, what do you think of my team? 12-team PPR. Brady, Zeke, A. Jones, Evans, Woods, Goddard, and Marvin Jones. I like your team. I truly, truly do. Let me see here. I think you got a stud quarterback, man. Keep Tom Brady on your roster. He could break records this year, guys. I mean, he looks scary, man. I get legitimately frightened when I watch the Buccaneers play right now. I know they haven't played against any good defenses up until here in week 3. So this will be a good test, for the Buccaneers, for Brady as a whole. But man, Brady's doing big things right now. He's always done big things, but I'm terrified of what Brady could do this year. Looking at your running backs, man, yeah, I love the pair of Zeke and Aaron Jones. I mean, I know they haven't felt like the most consistent guys, and we'd like to see more out of them on a consistent basis. But I like where both of them are at this point in time, right? And I think that on the season, they're both going to be very good running backs and very valuable fantasy running backs, and probably in the top 10 to top 15 range at the running back position as a whole. So, yeah, I like where they're at. Let's see, Evans, Woods, and Marvin Jones. I mean, you've got two very consistent, wide receiver ones, right? Well, I don't want to say Mike Evans is consistent, but you're going to feel okay about starting him week in and week out because of his big play capability that he's going to present every single week, right? So I like Mike Evans, and I think Robert Woods, man, you're guaranteed 10 points every freaking week when you start Robert Woods, right? Cooper Kupp is looking like the man in that offense, right? But I still like Robert Woods as a whole. So I have no qualms whatsoever with either of those guys being starters on a weekly basis. And then, yeah, I think that Goddard's an interesting call, man. He, as a whole, let's double check the stats, man. The Goodart. I'm trying to trying to spell Dallas Goedert. Yeah, I mean, he's tied in 8 on the season right now, but for tight ends, you can't read too much into rankings because outside of your top 3 or 4 guys, it's like a lot of these guys are very similar in terms of stats, right? But he's got 4 red zone targets on the year, which is always good. I think he has a good game this week against Dallas. So, yeah, man, I like your team as a whole. I think you did a good job drafting, and yeah, I like your team. Got nothing bad to say about it. XX Lex, start Cephas over Javonte Williams this week. Full PPR. That's a good question. A good question, man. I'm starting Javonte Williams if that has anything to do with anything, right? And that's actually in my 12-man league where I also have Cephas, and I could start him. And I've gone back and forth this. We haven't hopped into my fantasy lineups for the week yet. And we don't necessarily have to. You can always do that for tomorrow's pre-game live stream. But listen, man, Cephas actually has a good matchup against Baltimore, man. They're 24th in the season against the pass. And I like that start too, man. I'm just really crossing my fingers for a breakout game from Javonte Williams, man. And I'm going to need it, being that Christian McCaffrey is down for the count now. So that's a tough call. At the moment, I've got Javonte Williams over Cephas in my own lineup. But that's subject to change, man. And I don't hate the start. I don't hate starting Cephas whatsoever. I truly don't, especially in full PPR, man. Jared Goff likes this guy, man. He truly, truly does. At least one red zone target in each game, at least one receiving touchdown, right, and at least 6 targets. Going up against the worst defense he's faced all year. I mean, he's done that against San Francisco. He's 4th against the receiver position on the year thus far, and Green Bay, who is 3rd against the receiver position thus far on the season. So, Green Bay is 5th. So I like Cephas too, man. And now I'm considering putting old Cephas in my lineup, man. Sorry, guys. I'm also having some allergies tonight, so I do apologize if I'm sniffling and everything. But yeah, I think it's a good. That's a tough one, man. And I've got the same dilemma, so that's truly tough, man. I don't think I gave you an answer at all. I just thought about that from every angle out loud, and yeah, I have to make the same decision, so it's even tougher for me, man. I think Javonte Williams gives you more upside. Like, he might go off for like I just have a feeling. I mean, he's in my must-start running back video for the week, right? But I really like where Cephas is at too, man. It's I might start Cephas over Tim Patrick, who I've got in my lineup, right? And yeah, that's about as tough of a call as I've had all night. We've had some tough calls in tonight's live stream, so yeah, it's hard to say, man. But I think either way, you're making a good start. Lax Goon, what is going on, man? Welcome to the live stream. Welcome to the Catch, man. Hope you consider becoming part of the Catch fam by hitting that sub button down below. But nonetheless, man, we just appreciate you being up in the up in the stream tonight, man. We are glad to see you. It is good to have you here, man. We are just chilling. Saturday night live stream, fantasy Q&A, playing some Madden. So let's see here, man. Do I play Darnell Mooney, Myles Gaskin, or Javonte Williams, 12-team PPR double flex, man? I think that those are all decent options, to say the least. We just talked about Javonte Williams, and yeah, I like where Javonte Williams is at quite a bit right now. Myles Gaskin might see an uptick in carries, being that Tua's down. But listen, man, this Raiders defense was very bad against the run last season. But right now, let's double check where they're at on the season as a whole against the running back position. And let's see, Las Vegas is 21st against the running back position. So Gaskin has been underwhelming, to say the least, right? And he's only had one red zone touch at this point in the season, right? But he's had at least 5 receiving targets, and his rushing yards and attempts don't look very pretty, right? Mooney is kind of a sneaky start, man. He's gaining some traction in the fantasy community at the moment, man. And he is actually questionable, and the Browns are kind of middle of the pack in terms of, defending against the receiver, right? So, yeah, if you're asking me, man, I think Javonte Williams has the best upside, and then I think Mooney is the next safest player as a whole. But that's a tough call. If it was me personally, I would honestly probably roll with Javonte Williams if you're asking me. But thank you for the question, man. Of course, welcome to the Catch, man. Welcome to the live stream. Happy to have you here, man. We do appreciate that question. We're gonna just get through the rest of this game because we just decimated the Chiefs. Andy Reid is angry. He is very, very mad. Look at that. Slamming the play calls. He's done. John Brown just went nasty, dirty, filthy in that game. But anyways, no one cares about Madden. I'm kind of trying to replace Gordon, says Nick Brandon. It's been tough after Gus Edwards got injured for running backs. Yeah, I'm with you there, my guy. Drafted Gus Edwards less than 24 hours after he was out for the season. Drafted him over Amari Cooper. Drafted him over a lot of players. Yeah, it's been tough. And I've got Christian McCaffrey on that same roster, so I hear you, man. It's tough. I think, like I said, you take away that 71, 74-yard rushing touchdown, whatever it is for Gordon, then you look at his overall stat lines for week 1 and week 2, and they're literally almost 100% identical. So Javonte Williams looks to be the running back who's going to take that backfield. But I do like Melvin Gordon. I'm a fan of Melvin Gordon. But if you're asking me, it's tough to say, man. If you're looking to replace him, I think it's definitely something you can consider, especially if you can ship him as part of a trade, man. I don't think there's anything wrong with that whatsoever, man. I think he's a pretty good player to kind of package in a trade while he's still kind of hot from week 1, right? So I don't have any beef with that whatsoever, man. All right, let's see. Laxgoon, thanks, man. Just subscribed. Oh, yeah, you got it, man. If you have any other questions, and we appreciate that support, man. Truly, 100% do, man. Happy to see you become part of the Catch fam, man. And, yeah, if you have any other fantasy questions, any other debate, any other concerns, man, anything you want to bring up, man, that's what the live stream is for. That's what the live chat is for, man. So happy to have you here, man. And if there's anything else you need, man, that's what we're here for. So give us a shout, man. But yeah, we do truly appreciate that support. So we're headed to the Super Bowl, man. Going to the Super Bowl, baby. Denver Broncos, the Catch Fam official roster, or not the official roster, our official Madden squad. Can't believe it, man. We made it. Facing the Buccaneers in the Super Bowl. It's been a long run, man. And we're here. But no one cares about no one cares about this Madden franchise, I don't think. But nonetheless, it's nice to have. So listen, man. Damn, I can't believe Will Fuller just got dropped. I mean, I can. He hasn't played, but he got dropped in my 12-man league and got replaced with Chenault Jr., who I dropped. Trevor Lawrence is available, which makes sense. Jared Goff got picked up. Quite interesting. And then Jamison Crowder got dropped for Sammy Watkins, who I dropped. So, are any of these guys being played against me? Nope, they're all bench players for my opponent. But it always feels weird when one of the players you dropped gets picked up. But I think the players I got are a little bit better. So, let's see. Dante, what is going on, man? Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Welcome to the live stream, man. Welcome to the Catch if you're new here. If you are, hope you consider becoming part of the Catch fan. But nonetheless, man, we just appreciate you being up in the up in the live stream. Let's see what we can do for you. I traded away DJ Moore for Scary Terry. Was it a good move? Yeah. Scary Terry. We're big fans of Terry McLaurin here at the Catch. We're big fans of DJ Moore as well. I like both of those guys as a whole. I think here in week 3, DJ Moore is going to have the better game as Buffalo has looked pretty good against opposing receivers. But listen, man, Scary Terry's going to have a fantastic year as a whole. I really like Terry McLaurin. I have no beef with DJ Moore. He's got a very easy strength of schedule. But overall, man, the way they're ranking right now is relatively similar. And, yeah, I think that Buffalo is pretty good against opposing wide receivers. And actually, believe it or not, Houston is right next to Buffalo in rankings against opposing receivers. I don't know what this Houston Texans team is, man, but I like it. I like watching them compete every week, just like I like watching the Lions compete right now, man. I like these bad teams competing well right now. But nonetheless, man, I don't think it's a bad move. If you have more conviction in Terry McLaurin, then yeah, I think it's a good move overall. So I don't have beef with that whatsoever, man. Love Terry McLaurin, love our guy Scary Terry. I think he's going to have a great year overall. So I don't have beef with it. But at the same time, I think they're both very good receivers. And I actually view them in relatively similar fashion, right? Terry McLaurin being on a not-so-great Washington football team offense. And then I don't want to say the Panthers are a not-so-great offense as well, but they're not the most explosive offense in the league. They're more of a sit back and let's get up ahead and then let our front seven do some talking, right? I don't want to say those two offenses are extremely similar, but the way that those receivers are positioned within their respective offenses are, if that makes any sense. So if you're asking me, man, yeah, if you got more conviction in Scary Terry, then I don't have any beef with that trade whatsoever, man. Big fans of our guy, Scary Terry here. So headed next, can you rate my brother's team? Yeah, of course I absolutely can. And Dante says, hey, what's up? What is up, brother? If you got any other questions, please give us a shout, man. At this point, we're doing our best to keep track of our, members of the Catch fam, man, but it's getting a little bit difficult. And if you're new here, man, like I said, appreciate it if you show some support and hit that sub button, become part of the Catch fam. But if not, man, we just appreciate you being here in the live chat and in the live stream as well. But if you have any other fantasy questions, man, give us a holler, man. That's what we are here for. So hit an X. Let's see here. Second pick, 12-team PPR. Tom Brady, Dalvin Cook, James Robinson, DJ Moore, Justin Jefferson, Mike Evans, Darnell Mooney, Jared Cook, and the Browns defense. Yeah, for a 12-team league. I think that's a good team overall, man. I like Jared Cook at the tight end position. You guys know that I've got him in my 20-man league, and I kind of panicked after the draft, but he's looked pretty good overall. So, uh, quarterback, of course. I mean, you guys have heard me talk about Tom Brady tonight. I think he's a fantastic QB1. Uh, Listen, man, I love. I mean, of course, Dalvin Cook's a great RB1, man. You can't argue against that, right? Uh, but overall, James Robinson has just been disappointing, man. And I don't think it's his fault, right? I mean, James Robinson was phenomenal last year. This was like a team or a guy that got teams to the fantasy championship. Like, he looked fantastic down the stretch, man. And Urban Meyer is just not implementing him correctly. And he's forcing his rookie quarterback to throw the football 50 plus times, man. And I just don't get it. I truly, truly don't. And I certainly hope that we see James Robinson utilized better. And I don't mind him as an RB2, especially behind Dalvin Cook. But of course, the usage has been concerning, right? So I'm not hating on the selection whatsoever, but I'm just disappointed in what we've seen out of James Robinson, being that I've got James Robinson in both of my leagues, and I was really expecting him to play in more similar fashion to what we saw last season, right? So I'm not hating on the pick, man, and I don't think it's hurting your team too or your brother's team too much, man. But nonetheless, man, I'm just sad to see James Robinson not implemented as much. But looking at the receivers there, right? DJ Moore and Justin Jefferson. I mean, that's of course fantastic. Really don't have to look too much further outside of that, right? But when we do, right, you got Mooney and Evans in the flex, who are two fantastic flex players, right? Mooney's going to give you like a consistent 10-point range type of area at the receiver possession or position in full PPR. And then when you look at Mike Evans, he gives you that giant ceiling every week, right? He can have, right now, what we've seen out of him here in 2021 football season is a perfect example of Mike Evans. Week 1, this looks like a decoy for Godwin, Gronk, Fournette, and Antonio Brown, right? And week 2, he goes absolutely ballistic against an awful defense. When he plays against bad defenses, I mean, think about that game we saw with him last year against the Lions towards the end of the season, right? Where him and Brady only played like half the game because they were just embarrassing the Lions team, right? When Mike Evans plays a bad defense, right, his fantasy potential is insane. And that's why he's a great flex player behind guys like DJ Moore and Justin Jefferson, right? So, yeah, I like those receivers quite a bit. And I like Jared Cook a lot as a tight end. And, yeah, the Browns' defense is definitely good overall, right? And thing with defenses, you can always stream a different defense in week in and week out, and find some kind of diamonds in the roughs too. So I don't have any beef with the Browns' defense also. So yeah, I think that's a good team, especially for a 12-team league overall, and from the second overall pick. So yeah, tell your brother, good job. We like that team here at the Catch, man. If he's got a YouTube account, wants to become part of the Catch fam, man. Tell him to give us a shout, man. We'd appreciate that love and support. But nonetheless, appreciate you, showing us your team, or your brother's team, I guess I should say, hit the next. And nonetheless, and we appreciate him sharing his team, I guess is what I was trying to say. And if he ever has any questions that he wants to ask, man, tell him to give us a shout. But yeah, we appreciate the question nonetheless. And I think his team looks pretty solid overall, better than my 12-man team. I can tell you that much. Gosh, do we have some issues with my 12-man team at the moment? So we should probably get into my fantasy lineups for the week. Speaking of my 12-man team, so let's see here. All right, so I started Christian McCaffrey against the Texans. I mean, it was a good start, but we already know what happened there. But he got me 5 points. It's half PPR, so it could have been worse. I mean, it could have been like Tua last week. Hidden X, thank you. His username is Laxgoon. He commented, LOL. Oh, what's up, homie? Laxgoon, we already got you up in the Catch fam, so we appreciate you, my guy. Appreciate that new subscriber tonight, man. And yeah, no problem, man. Happy to rate your team for you and everything, man. So glad we've got you as a member of the Catch fam, man. Aside, Hidden X, another loyal member of the Catch fam. So yeah, man, happy to see you, and we appreciate you sharing your team with us, man. So yeah, I started Christian McCaffrey. Outside of that, I got Lamar Jackson versus Detroit, which of course I feel very confident in at the moment. I mean, I know he's dealing with an illness, but I think Lamar is going to suit up and be just fine come Sunday, and I think he's going to absolutely decimate this Detroit Lions team. So uh, I think it's a great start. I'm happy with that. I mean, I've got Daniel Jones against Atlanta on my bench, who I also think is a great start, but I just can't bench Lamar Jackson. So I certainly hope that this illness doesn't affect anything because this matchup is beautiful, right? And don't get me wrong, man. If Daniel Jones could go off, but I'm starting Lamar Jackson, right? I can't not start him. David Montgomery at Cleveland is my next player in my lineup. The Browns have been good against the run, right? They're the 7th ranked team against opposing running backs at the moment. And we don't know exactly how this offense is going to look with Justin Fields as the primary QB1, as the QB1, I guess I should be saying, with Dalton being down due to injury. So, yeah, I don't want to say I'm concerned, right? And I think that Justin Fields being a mobile quarterback, being a quarterback who's going to have some designed runs and everything, I think that it could benefit David Montgomery as a whole. But also, if this offense looks worse, especially against a pretty good Browns defense, then I guess there's some concern there. But nonetheless, man, I'm expecting 10 plus points out of David Montgomery, and I'm going to start him no matter what. So right now, I've got Tim Patrick versus the Jets end, but we're making a change, guys. We're putting in our guy Cephas. I ain't scared that Cephas is on the Lions, okay? And I've got Zach Pascal. Oh, man. I'm starting Zach Pascal. Yeah, we're starting Zach Pascal against the worst defense in the league against the pass, and that at the Tennessee Titans. We know that Carson Wentz is starting now. Man, part of me really wants to start Cephas, though. I'm definitely considering starting him against the Ravens. In my flex, I've got KJ Osborne as my wide receiver too, which I feel pretty good about, although Seattle's playing pretty good against opposing receivers, man. And I've got Javonte Williams versus the Jets. I mean, I like all of these matchups, right? But I like Cephas right now. I mean, the Ravens are the next worst team against opposing receivers that I could start, man. And now that I'm looking at it, Daniel Jones is playing against Atlanta, who's the worst team in the entire National Football League against opposing quarterbacks. But I don't know, man. Let me know if you guys think I should consider starting Daniel Jones over Lamar Jackson. Gosh, if you had asked me that question at any point in time in the preseason or offseason, I would have looked at you like you were batshit crazy. But oh my gosh, we truly, and what is happening to Madden? I just looked up and I thought we recovered a fumble and Mike Evans was carrying the football. But I'm just like, oh man. Don't you think does someone out there think I should consider starting Daniel Jones over Lamar Jackson? It's a tough call. Let's see, hit it next. What are your thoughts on Zach Pascal? I just threw him in my lineup, man. I mean, we know Wentz is playing now. Tennessee's the worst team in the entire league right now against opposing wide receivers. Through the first 2 weeks, he's had at least 12 points or more in these first 2 games. He's had at least 5 targets. He's had at least 4 receptions, at least 1 score, at least 1 red zone target in each game. Wentz trusts him, man. I think it's a good start this week. I'm worried a little bit about Wentz. If he exits this game, then, yeah, things are concerning, man. But I have him in my lineup. And now I see Cephas going to drop 15 points. Dude, I don't necessarily disagree, man. I don't disagree. I got some tough calls to make, man. I mean, should I consider benching Montgomery? I don't think so. I love David Montgomery, man. But he's playing a good defense, and Javonte Williams is not. And then I've got Cephas on my bench versus Baltimore, right? So it's like some tough calls here, man. I think you should start Daniel Jones against the Falcons defense. I don't disagree with you, man. I just don't know if I can bench. I don't know if I can bench Lamar Jackson, man. It's a tough call overall, and I might change it by tomorrow. I mean, don't forget I do the live stream before kickoff as well. Um, and I might be streaming into the 1 o'clock games. Probably will be overall, but it's a tough call, man. I like Cephas a lot right now. Looking at my bench, man, I've got James Robinson, Daniel Jones, right? But then I've got Cephas, Corey Davis, Tim Patrick, and Henry Ruggs. And I moved Antonio Brown to my IR spot since he's got the COVID designation and just to add another player. But eventually I've got to drop someone, so that's going to be a very tough decision. It's probably going to be Henry Ruggs, as I think he's going to be the most inconsistent player out of all those guys. But I do like Henry Ruggs. Remember, we drafted him, and then I dropped him after week 1, and then he had 20 points against Pittsburgh, and I picked him back up. Although he's got some tough matchups against Miami this week, and then the LA Chargers next week, and then Chicago, Denver, and then Philadelphia. So I think he's probably the most inconsistent player I have, and probably the player that I'm going to have to drop when I have to move Antonio Brown back into my lineup. But yeah, I might end up making a swap for Cephas. Hey, man, listen, at tight end, I'm giving Mike Gesicki one last chance, okay? This is his last chance to prove that he can do something for me against the Las Vegas Raiders, who are the 6th best team against opposing tight ends. So it's not the best matchup at all, but I'm giving Mike Gesicki one last chance. Maybe he has some good chemistry amongst him and the Brisket, Joby Brissett, right? So we'll see, man. We will truly see. But this is it. After this week, if Gesicki doesn't show up, man, I don't know what in the world I'm going to do, because I benched him last week, and I mean, I was going to lose last week no matter what, but he had a better stat line than Cole Kmet, I can tell you that much. And yeah, I mean, he had 41 receiving yards, right? If he gets in the end zone, he would have had a good game. So he's had some tough matchups. New England's second best team against tight ends thus far. Buffalo's the 10th best team, and now Las Vegas, the 6th best team. So he's got brighter days ahead. I mean, he faces the Colts next week, who are the 13th best team against tight ends, but then he's got Tampa Bay, who are the 22nd, Jacksonville, who are the 24th, Atlanta, who's the 31st. Tough matchup against Buffalo again. Then Houston, Baltimore. I mean, he's got good matchups. Oh gosh, we got scored on by the. I didn't even notice we got scored on. But right, who cares? But yeah, Mike Gesicki, man, I think he's got better days ahead. He has faced some tough matchups, right? So I'm willing to give him some more time, and we will see what happens, man. But we certainly hope that it improves at some point here soon, right? Let's try and get this playoff before our time expires. There we go. Cortland Sutton's wide open, and we might score here. So, yeah, head and next. I really am. Part of me is truly debating starting Daniel Jones this week. I just feel like it might be too good to be true, man. Could Daniel Jones have an awful week and just be what we're used to? I don't know. I truly don't know. But I guess we'll find out, man. And it's hard to say as a whole, right? I literally never thought I would be saying or, debating, should I start Daniel Jones over that of Lamar Jackson, right? And here I am at this point in the 2021 fantasy football season, and I am saying it. So it's just wild, man. All right. My big decision at the moment is, do I drop the Rams defense just because they're playing Tampa Bay? I don't want to. Arizona was available, and I probably should have picked them up, man. And I didn't. But at the moment, I don't know how I feel about starting the Rams defense. The Browns against Chicago are available, who I actually think are a good start this week. Being that we can probably bet on Justin Fields making at least one mistake this week, right? Doing something wrong out there in his first NFL start. Uh, but as a whole, man, I just don't think I can drop. I really don't think I can drop the Rams defense. And I think they're a pretty safe bet uh, to do something, even against one of the better teams in the league, right? Being the Buccaneers, maybe the best team in the league, right? But overall, man, the only other team I would consider maybe be the Saints. They're just so banged up defensively. And while I do think they could have a good game against Mac and Cheese, right, against Big Mac, uh, I just don't know, man. It's like I don't want to drop the Rams. I don't want to drop any of the players on my team for a second defense. And I think I drafted the Rams defense for a reason, and they could still get me about 8 points or so at worst, right? So it's definitely a tough call to make. But if you're asking me, man, which I know no one is asking me, I'm asking myself, right? Should I start the Rams defense this week? And yeah, I think I have to. If you're, it's just, I really, I hate Tom Brady. I don't hate him, but this Buccaneers team is absolutely freaking terrifying. So, nonetheless, man, Evan Harrison, what is going on, man? Good to see you in the chat tonight, man. Welcome to Catch, man. Welcome back if you are not new here. If you are new here, man, we hope you consider hitting that sub button, becoming part of the Catch fam. But nonetheless, man, we appreciate you just being up in the live stream, up in the his a man. Let's get to the question, man. But nonetheless, we are happy to have you here tonight. So, Chase or Shepard? It's a good question, man. It truly, truly is. Listen, man, I like where Jamar Chase is at this point in the season a whole lot. I think he's going to continue to be a very effective player overall throughout the season. And wow, I did not mean to just fall down at the 1 yard line there in Madden. And holy crap, we have to run a play. We don't have any timeouts. Why does Madden? It literally. Oh my gosh, that was so scary. It takes so much time off the clock. I am sorry, Evan. My bad, man. Listen, I like where Jamar Chase is at this point in the season a lot. I truly, truly do, man. But when we're looking at Sterling Shepard's numbers right now, man, uh, listen, at least 7 receptions in each game, over 90 receiving yards in each game, and then, of course, only 1 touchdown, which we saw in week 1. But when we're looking at his full PPR stats, he's got 17 or more points in each game thus far this season, and he's going up against the Atlanta Falcons, who are absolutely abysmal against the pass. I mean, I just don't know if he can ask for a better scenario, right? And if you're asking me, I would roll with Sterling Shepard. I like where he's at overall, a little bit better. I mean, I think Jamar Chase could have a good game this week as a whole, but I just really like Sterling Shepard at the moment, man. And yeah, that's who I would start. I mean, he's wide receiver 11 at this point in time. Atlanta's the 22nd worst team against opposing receivers. So I think it's such a good matchup, man. I mean, Jamar Chase, right? Pittsburgh's 25th worst team against opposing receivers, right? But I do think kind of the other aspect here, right, when we see some of these rivalry games, like a game between the Ravens and the Steelers, right, we see a little bit lower scoring games sometimes, right? A little bit more of a punch in the mouth type of football game, right? So I like where Sterling Shepard's at. Even with Ingram coming back and Higgins possibly being out, those are two really good points, man. I think Evan Ingram will get some more targets, right? But I think that the football is going to be spread around pretty well in this Atlanta and New York Giants game as a whole. So yeah, I still like him. And yeah, I think it's a great point that T. Higgins could be out. But if you're asking me, man, let's look into the T. Higgins injury for a quick second here. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, he is doubtful, man. Yeah, that's right. It's the shoulder injury, right? Um, It's a good call, but I just really like this chemistry between Daniel Jones and Sterling Shepard at this point in the season, right? But yeah, you definitely make a good argument. And yeah, I could see Jamar Chase having a better game than he's had overall. Um, and for context, right? I mean, you've got Jamar Chase ranked around receiver, number 14. And then you've got our guy Sterling Shepard ranked around receiver 11. Uh, so I just think I think they're both going to have good games, man. It's a really tough call, to say the least, right? And but if you're asking me personally, who I would start Sterling Shepard, and I'd be interested to see the rest of your roster because I think you have two fantastic flex options. You could consider starting both of those guys, right? But I'm sure you have probably some other receivers that you're more confident in at the wide receiver 1 and 2 spot, or if you're starting one of them as your wide receiver 2 and you have a flex option outside the receiver position, that's fine too. So, yeah, man, I'd be interested to see the rest of your roster as a whole. And I think, regardless, you're going to make a very good call at between those two guys. I think it's tough to make a bad call. So, yeah, man, I think it'll work out for you either way. But if you're asking me, I would personally roll with Sterling Shepard. But don't be surprised if Jamar Chase has a pretty big game as a whole as well. All right. That was a good catch by Tim Patrick here at Madden, man. All right, let's move on to my 20-man league. If you guys have any further fantasy Q&A, man, of course, man, I will stop what I am doing and I will get into the fantasy Q&A. So don't feel bad about asking me as many questions as you guys. So please. So let's see here. We got first and goal in Madden. Let's see. Evan, my wide receiver core is Adams, Moore, Chase, Shepard, and Clark. So, or Chark, excuse me. So, yeah, I'm assuming you're starting Devontae Adams and TJ Moore every week, which you rightfully should be doing so. So, yeah, I think those are the right calls. And yeah, that's a tough call on a consistent basis between Jamar Chase and Sterling Shepard. And then DJ Chark always gives you that big upside, that big play availability as well. So that's a really tough call, but I think that I would personally still roll with Sterling Shepard. But yeah, man, if you got any other fantasy questions, feel free to shout it out. Any other debate, anything else you want to bring up, man. Any thoughts, any concerns, give us a shout, man. That's what we're here for. Anything, any comments on my Madden game that no one cares about, feel free to give us a holler there too, man. Let's see. AJ Brody, what's going on, man? Welcome to the Catch, man. If you're new here, hope you consider hitting that sub button, becoming part of the Catch fam. But nonetheless, man, we just appreciate you being up in the hizzy in the live stream, man. We appreciate you being here regardless, man. But let's get to the question, man. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a fantastic night as well. Sermon or Clyde? Half PPR. It's a good question, man. Listen, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, CEH, has just been disappointing this year, man. What do we make out of Clyde Edwards-Helaire right now? I don't quite know, man. He's like RB 47 and half PPR, man. I mean, it's like scary out there. And the Chargers are they've been pretty bad against the run game. They're 25th overall against opposing running backs, right? He's getting the volume. He's had at least 13 touches in in both games. He had 3 targets in week 1, 0 targets against the Ravens. And this is the concerning part. He's had 3 red zone touches, but no scores and a fumble within the red zone, right? So if you're asking me, although I could see this Chargers and Chiefs game turning into a bit of a shootout, and that's the thing with any RB1, they always have an opportunity to score a touchdown, right? So it can be deflating, right? Even if they only have 8 points as a whole and they did score, it's always deflating if you see them score and you're like, especially if it's early in the game, right? Even if they don't finish with under 10 points, it's always deflating. When we're looking at Trey Sermon, uh, listen, I have never been. I'm not big on the San Francisco 49ers backfield because they're just so inconsistent as a whole. But right now, he's out of concussion protocol, and he is supposed to serve as the RB1 for the 49ers. But this running back committee and backfield is just so completely inconsistent and hard to keep track of. I mean, I did a video on them this past week just talking about who is on this team, and it's already different. I mean, Kerryon Johnson's off the practice squad. Trey Sermon is back in the lineup. Elijah Mitchell is. I don't know what's going on with Elijah Mitchell. Let's double check. I don't think he's playing, but like I said, it's so hard to keep up with these guys as a whole, man. That it's just. Let's see. He's out, or he's doubtful. He's doubtful. Yeah, I did not think. I just wanted to double check because these things change. Wow, that was an awful interception here in Madden, but at least it'll make this game a little juicy. But yeah, man, it's just so hard to keep up with this team. But I would take a chance on Trey Sermon at the moment. Packers, middle of the pack, right? The 17th ranked defense against running backs, right? He'll probably get some receiving work, right? They don't really have a better player to turn to, right? Let's see. I'm just trying to go over this. See if there's anything with this backfield that I'm missing because there's so many players at play. Like it's absolutely insane, right? Let's see here. So Elijah Mitchell is doubtful. Hasty is out. Okay. So yeah, the rookie is looking to be the leading running back, right? We've got Cannon, Patrick, and Kenyon Johnson suiting up. But I don't see any of those guys taking touches from Sermon. I mean, they drafted this guy in the 3rd round for a reason. So I would roll with Trey Sermon because I'm not confident in Clyde Edwards-Helaire right now. I truly am not. So I take a gamble. I don't recommend San Francisco 49ers running backs very often. But I take a gamble here in week 3, and I would roll with Trey Sermon. But it's a tough call, man. Clyde Edwards-Helaire is always going to have an opportunity to score, right? All right, let's see. Evan Harrison, yes, sir. What? Yeah. Yes, sir. I'm with it, bro. With whatever you're replying to, I agree. But we appreciate you, man. Appreciate a new face here in the chat, up in the live stream as well, man. Happy to have you here, brother. So yes, sir, all day. I feel like this week the floor is about 15 points for Chase and Shepard. Yeah, I don't disagree with that, man. Like I said, I view them in pretty similar fashion, right? Right now they're going to serve as the wide receiver 1 for maybe not the best offense. Their respective offenses probably not the best offenses in the league, right? But they're still going to be those security blankets for their respective quarterbacks this week. And so I could see them having a relatively similar stat line as a whole. But Sterling Shepard is a guy who I really started to talk about towards the end of the preseason as someone who I was really high on. And I'm just really regretting not drafting him in any leagues, especially in my 20-man league where he could have been a top target, right? And I like the way he looks, and I like the matchup a little bit more. And that's not to say that Chase doesn't have a good matchup as well. But at the moment, man, yeah, I would roll with Sterling Shepard. But if you start Chase, man, I don't think it's a bad option as well. Let's see if we can't get a 4th down here in Madden. Yeah, let's do it. All right, Evan, my full roster is Rodgers, Adams, Moore, Chase. So Adams, Moore, Chase. Yeah, I mean, your receivers are stacked. I like Aaron Rodgers as a quarterback as well. Running backs are Eckler, Jacobs, Singletary. I like your running back core a lot, man. Kittle, Cooks, Eli Mitchell, Chark, Matt Gay, Carolina, and Tampa defense. I like the double defense as well, man. So yeah, I like your team as a whole. I think you've got some good bench options that give you some good flexibility, right? You can kind of let uh, Eli Mitchell hang out down there. Um, Sorry, I was looking at a text from our co-host Steven. And I like DJ Chark with that big play availability, and I like Jacobs. I like Josh Jacobs a lot, but I think your running backs, although you're dealing with some injuries, I like your squad as a whole. Yeah, man, I like your squad a lot. I'd be interested to see how many teams are in your league and all that, what scoring format. Although uh, you did already tell me your scoring format, didn't you? No, you didn't. Yeah. So let me know your full scoring format and how many teams are in your league. But yeah, I really like your squad as a whole, man. I think you did a great job drafting. I'm a bot. I like your username. Uh, let's see. I'm sending a message to our co-host Stephen real quick. All right. Let's see. I'm bot. Rondell Moore or Patterson this week? We actually had this question towards the beginning of the live stream, man. And yeah, I would roll with that of Rondell Moore all freaking day, man. I'm beating that drum until it bleeds, bro. I think he's a great flex option. I like Patterson. I do, but I want to see a larger sample size out of Patterson before we start playing him on a consistent basis. I think he's better suited at the position than that of Mike Davis, but I would roll with Rondell Moore against an abysmal Jacksonville Jaguars defense all day long. I love Rondell Moore. I am starting him in my 20-man league, which I lucked out and drafted him in. So, nonetheless, man, that's my answer. I hate to be vanilla. I said at the beginning of the stream, if you ask me about Rondell Moore, I am telling you to start him. So I better be right about that. He better go off tomorrow. Just missed picking him up in my 12-man league, which I am completely devastated about. But yeah, I think he's a great start against the Jags this week. So yeah, man, if you're new here, man, we appreciate you coming out to the stream. Appreciate the question, man. Hope you consider becoming part of the Catch fam, man, and hitting that sub button, man. And if not, we just appreciate you being up in the hizzy, man, chilling in the live stream, and we appreciate that question, of course, man. So let's see here. Evan Harrison, Mitchell, and Jacobs are out, so I have to play Singletary, 10-team full PPR. Yeah, I think that's a good 10-team squad overall. And yeah, it sucks. I was huge on Josh Jacobs and where you could draft him. And I don't want to say I was wrong about it, right? I mean, but one of the arguments that my co-host Steven would make was that, Josh Jacobs was injured on such a consistent basis, right? And he was a Josh Jacobs owner last year, right? So it kind of sucks that he's dealing with that turf toe and everything, right? Um, and yeah, we saw the toughness in week one, right? And I certainly hope that he comes back. But listen, man, I love Devin Singletary, man. He's not going to be. I really wanted to draft him, and I didn't really talk about it a whole lot. But right now, the way he's playing, I could definitely see him being a running back that evolves into a weekly starter. I don't want to jump the gun too much on that decision, man, but I just like where he's at right now. So I get that you're probably not excited about starting him, man, but overall, I do like where he's at on the season and what we saw out of him last week. So I get that it's not the most exciting start. He's got a bad matchup against Washington, but in full PPR, he's had over 10 points in week one and week two. And he's the primary rusher in that offense, right? So I get it, man. You'd rather be starting a healthy Josh Jacobs, right? Especially the way the Raiders are looking. But as a whole, I do like where Devin Singletary's at. But listen, man, it could be worse, okay? Could be worse, right? In my 20-man league, I'm going to end up having just Aaron Jones and James Robinson. So it could be worse, man. You could be like me, so don't feel too bad about it. But when healthy, I think your team is very, very good overall. Let's see here. I'm a bot. I had Deontay Johnson in my flex, but he's out. That definitely sucks, man. I know that injury to Deontay Johnson has affected a lot of us in the fantasy community, right? Had a lot of questions, in regards to starting players over uh, Deontay Johnson, who would normally be there this past week. So I know you're not the only man. It definitely affected a lot of people. So I hate to hear that, man. If it makes you feel better, in my 12-man league, I have Gus Edwards and Christian McCaffrey. So, that might make you. And in my 20-man league, Tua is my starting quarterback. So things are looking rough on the injury chain. And I had Jerry Jeudy in my 20-man league. So, yeah, I'm on the injury train, man. And I know it's not any fun, especially to someone that you spent pretty high draft capital on as a whole. So, yeah, man, I know it's not fun whatsoever. But listen, man, you have a great flex opportunity in that of Rondell Moore. So I wouldn't be too upset about it. At the moment, could have been a much worse injury, and it still might be. We really don't know the full severity of it, but nonetheless, man, injury train sucks, and I'm on it with you, man. So start Rondo Moore with pretty extreme confidence this week, though. Andy, trade Pollard for Shepard in half PPR. If it was me, well, let me know. Let me know. I want to see your full roster before I make a decision on that. I want to see who else you have at the running back position. If there's any point in keeping Tony Pollard. But yeah, I think it's a good trade, man. Listen, I'm all aboard the Sterling Shepard train as well, man. I like Sterling Shepard a lot. We just talked about him quite a bit here a couple minutes ago. And I don't think it's a bad trade whatsoever, man. As we just won the Catch Fam, guys. We won the Super Bowl in our franchise mode. Look at Tom Brady. We beat his ass in the Super Bowl, bro. And we decimated the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game, man. The Catch Fam, I know you guys don't care at all. No one's watching this for the Madden game, but we are Super Bowl champions, baby. But, yeah, Andy, let me know how the rest of your team looks. But even without seeing it, I do think that that's a pretty good trade that you should definitely highly consider. I'm a bot. You think Lamar will be good to go tomorrow? I do. I guess we have to monitor this, right? This is a game, although the Lions are definitely competing and playing pretty well as a whole. This is a game that the Ravens could consider benching Lamar Jackson if they need to, if it's that bad. But I just don't see it. I mean, it's still early in the season, right? And, a lot of these teams still, they want to prove themselves and figure out their rhythm and everything. I mean, we're still very early in the season. So I think he's going to play, and I think he will be okay to play as a whole. And I certainly hope he is, because I've got him in my 12-man league, and I want to start him. But I've also got Danny J. I've got Daniel Jones against the Falcons. So if he doesn't start, I'll be okay. I hope you have a backup or someone you can pick up on the waiver if you need to. But I truthfully think he's going to play. We'll find out tomorrow. But if you're asking me, I think he'll be all right. And I don't want to sound like that guy, right? We don't have to get into this, man. But if I'm not mistaken, the quarterback room and a couple of players in the Ravens are dealing with COVID, and Lamar Jackson just has an undesignated illness, right? I don't know, man. It's a little fishy, right? Especially with Lamar right before the season testing positive. It's a little fishy. That's all I got to say, man. But nonetheless, I hope that Lamar Jackson plays, and I hope that everyone is healthy and fine and all of that, man. But it does look a little interesting. So, yeah, man, now we have to start an actual Madden offseason. So we'll think about this in a second here. Andy, Mahomes, Hill, Claypool, Monty, Mike Davis, Kelsey, Devonta Smith, MG3, Eli Mitchell, Ayuk, Singletary, Pollard, Tony Jones, Rondell Moore, and Gallup. I like your team. Gosh, man, you got Mahomes, Hill, and Kelsey. Jesus Christ. You, you maniac. You beautiful fantasy soul. Jeez. I love Montgomery in there, man. I think you are. I mean, obviously, your weakest position is the running back position. Huh. You might have to consider holding on to Pollard just in case he's worth the value. I really like what Shepard could do for this roster, but outside of David Montgomery, right, you're kind of taking a gamble between Mike Davis, uh, Melvin Gordon, Eli Mitchell. Well, you've got Singletary, who, like I said, I actually really like right now. Man, if you can slip Shepard in there as your wide receiver too, I really do think it benefits you. Although I like Devonta Smith on the season. I mean, Ayuk's scaring us right now, right? I mean, I like Rondell Moore in there, man. Of course, I think it's a good trade, man. Because I just don't. It's hard to say, man. We don't know how consistently we're going to see this value out of Tony Pollard. That's a really tough call because the running back depth is definitely going to help you. But I think what another solid receiver one could do for you, because I like Claypool, don't get me wrong, and I like Devonta Smith, but right now we're not looking at a crazy high value out of them and a crazy high consistent ceiling out of them as well. So I think Sterling Shepard could really help your roster, but this is a tough call, man, because you kind of need the running back depth too, man. Let me know where your thoughts are on that trade and how you're feeling about it overall. But I think it is a trade to at least consider. But let me know how you're feeling on it as a whole, also, um, because it's definitely worth considering, but it's definitely hard to say. Let me know where you're feeling with it. Let's dive into that a little bit more. And anyone else who's active in the live stream and the live chat, what would you guys do? Would you trade Tony Pollard for Sterling Shepard? Let's get some interaction going, man. And we got to start. We got to start a whole new. We got to do a whole freaking manage. We got to manage our staff and our roster here in Madden, man. The Catch Fam. What is this? Why? I don't want to do any of this, Madden. Let's see what players we can get on. That's the only fun part here. Let's advance the week, guys. Let's see what's going on here. Man, I really wish I drafted Sterling Shepard. I'll tell you that much. I'd also be interested to see your guys' thoughts on Tony Pollard because, yeah, I personally want to see a larger sample size overall. And I know a lot of people don't actually necessarily feel that way. But I'd be interested to see what you guys think about Tony Pollard as a whole as well. Let's see if any of my players retired. Maybe, okay. Chad Henne retired. Yeah, it looks like Earl Thomas retired. Nice, we got Earl Thomas Super Bowl ring. It's the best feeling ever when you get a veteran player Super Bowl ring in Madden, guys. And we did it. Catch Fam did it, man. All right, let's see. Who's ready to negotiate? How much cap room do we have? Who do we need to re-sign? Oh, gosh. Von Miller. Oh, I didn't do any of this during the season with Churches. Oh, we got some good cap room. Yeah, I want Von Miller on my team, man. After the Super Bowl run. Come on, Von. Come to the Broncos. Okay, Von's off the table. Von. Oh, I'm franchising the. Oh my gosh, that's such a big franchise tag. Oh my god, everyone's leaving us, guys. Oh my god, we're gonna be decimated. Do we just let everyone go and see who we can sign? I mean, guys, I know y'all don't care about this Madden game. I know uh, we don't. This isn't the emphasis of the live stream, but give me some feedback if you guys got anything. Thanks for the offer, but I'm not interested in signing. Guys, we just won the Super Bowl. How can you not be interested in re-signing? This is going to be interesting, Catch fam. Oh my gosh. They all hate us, guys. Let's re-sign Cortland Sutton and let's get the hell out of here, man. Let's give him some cash money and let's move along, man. I know Cortland's going to stay with us. Okay, thank fucking God. What is going on, Akshay? Welcome to the chat, man. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a fantastic freaking night. Welcome to the Catch. Hope you consider becoming part of the Catch fan by hitting that sub button down below. But if not, we just appreciate you being here at the live stream, and we appreciate you being in the live chat. Mike Davis, Gaskin, or Patterson for PPR running back 2. Oh, gosh. It's a tough one, my guy. That is a tough one overall, but let's dive into it. I like the matchup for Patterson, right? I am not high on Mike Davis right now. He's got a decent matchup in full PPR. He's getting his PPR value from the receptions, right? I'm not high on Mike Davis, but I think he's a decent start. I would rule out Gaskin for now. We have no idea how this Miami Dolphins offense is going to look, and I just do not feel good about recommending starting that Myles Gaskin right now. Mike Davis, I mean, listen, the Giants are the 26th worst team against opposing running backs, right? And he's getting all his value out of full PPR. So I'm not high on Mike Davis as a whole, but I think in your situation, he's not a bad start whatsoever. Cordell Patterson, right? It's not a bad start either. But we don't know. Once again, the Giants 26th ranked against opposing running backs, right? Wow, it's a really tough call, man. I mean, Patterson's giving you more value. We haven't seen Mike Davis get a rushing touchdown, right? So it's a tough call there, man. I think you're kind of flipping a coin between Davis and Patterson, man. That is a tough call. I would definitely rule out. I would definitely rule out our guy Gaskin, but that is a tough call, man. Oh God, we got to re-sign Teddy Bridgewater, guys. Okay, good. Gosh, dude, everyone left us. Yeah, Akshay, that is a really tough call, man. I think you just got to flip a coin between those two Falcons running backs, and you got to start one of them because it's a good matchup. But I'm not feeling too good about Gaskin at the moment. So let me know if you want me to dive any deeper into that. And let me know what the rest of your roster looks like, man. Maybe we can make some better evaluations off of that. Let me know if there's anyone on the waiver wire you're considering as well. But nonetheless, man, welcome to the Catch, man. Happy to have you here, man. And thank you for the question. Andy, I don't know how much work they will give Pollard and if it makes him more than a handcuff. But running back is my weakest spot, like you said. But if I can count on Eli Mitchell as my RB2, I'll be fine. That's true. And listen, man, I think you have an RB2 in Singletary. I do. I really think he's a primary back for the Buffalo Bills. So I think adding Sterling Shepard could add a lot of value to your roster as a whole. Excuse me. So I think you should definitely consider it, man. I think you got enough good RB2s kind of hanging around there. Singletary, Mitchell, Tony Jones, potentially, man. I mean, you still got Melvin Gordon, too, man. And Mike Davis, right? If it's full PPR, then, yeah, man, I think Sterling Shepard gives you a better upgrade to your roster. I mean, Mahomes, Hill, Shepard, Kelsey, Montgomery, and then you're swapping in one of those running backs, and then you've got some good receiver options. I think you should do the trade, man, the more you think about it. I think it's a good trade as a whole. So I would strongly consider that trade overall, man. Wow, Devontae Adams is available. Yes, yes, we are signing. I don't. What is this stuff, Madden? Holy cow! Yeah, we're gonna offer you all the money that we have. We're gonna offer you everything. We're gonna give you the best signing bonus you ever got, Devontae Adams. Let's see. The old Madden, yeah, it'll tell you who's the highest in the ring. Oh God, if we get Adams, it's freaking over. It is over, boys and girls. All right. Wow, there's a lot of top bids for Marcus Williams. Chase Brown. I have Ridley and Cooper for my wide receiver 1 and 2. Flex is Shepard, but I have Rondell Moore on my bench. If D Hop is out, should I place Moore in or keep him on my bench? Let's see. Let's see. Damn, you got some good receivers. Also worried about Amari against Darius Slay and CD popping off. So Ridley, Cooper, you got to start him. Shepard is in there, but you also could put in more. Oh my! I mean, I think even if D Hop plays, it's potentially worth throwing Rondell Moore in there, right? That's a tough call. I mean, you are starting Cooper fucking Cup right now, right? I mean, there's no question about it, right? And yeah, I mean, you got to start Calvin Ridley against the Giants, right? I mean, Ridley's guaranteeing you 10 plus points no matter freaking what, right? And the Giants, they're, they're okay, I guess. The 20th against opposing receivers, so they're like not good, but not the worst. They're pretty bad. Uh, and so I'm assuming you also have Amari Cooper or CeeDee Lamb because you're concerned about Darius Slay. Gosh, remind me of your full roster. Let's take it from there, man. That's a tough call, man. As you say, right? I don't know what to do. Tough call. Yeah, remind me of your full roster. We'll go from there. Andy, I'm going to take the trade. Thanks for the input, man. Yeah, I think it's a good trade, my guy. I truly do. Um, so yeah, I think that trade's going to help you quite a bit. So, man, I can't believe that. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Just got a Charlie horse in my leg. Give me 1 second. Oh my gosh, you guys see that legitimate pain that just came through on live stream in the middle of my sentence? All right, I got my leg fully stretched out. It feels a little bit better, but holy cow, that freaking hurt. Okay, okay. I think if D Hop is for sure out, I'll start more over Shepard. Yeah, man, I don't think it's a bad call either way. I think if you start Shepard, uh, it's a great call right there. And I think if you start um, Moore, it's also a great call. So it's really tough to say overall. But I think either way, you're making a very good call as a whole. So let's see. I think you remember my other league was Zeke and Josh Allen. Let me send you my other league roster. Yeah, please do, man. So let's see. All right, and Madden, yeah, I can't believe that Von Miller freaking left us, guys. I think we're going to have to probably send him too much money. He's got a lot of bids out there for him. Gosh, Marcus Williams has 8 bids. Oh my gosh, I have like legit cramping pain. We'll battle through it for the catch, though, guys. That's the dedication that we're at. So Javonte Williams is my starting running back in Madden. We're going to roll with him, man. All right, let's see. I'm going to sign Casey Hayward, I think. All right. We might as well sign Bryce Callahan, too, even though he left us. It's pretty cheap. Let's pick him up. And yeah, we're going to need some linebacker help, right, as Von Miller's leaving us. So let's sign Donta Hightower. Dude, Q would be a good signing. Fantasy catch-up. Hey, what is going on? Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the live stream. Welcome to the catch. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a fantastic night. Happy to have you here, man. If you're new here, man, hope you consider becoming part of the catch fam and hitting that sub button down below. But nonetheless, we just appreciate you being in the live stream tonight. Let's see. Chase Brown. Okay, let's go over this roster. Let's see. Quarterback is Jalen Hurts, and you've got Kamara and Tyson Williams, Ridley and Cooper, Waller, Shepard, Cardinals defense, Tucker as your kicker, and then you got Gaskin, Harris, Boyd, A.J. Brown, J.D. McKissick, Moore, and Mooney. I like that team, man. I truly, truly do. I think your quarterback situation's good. I mean, Tyson Williams really has helped out the value at the running back position for you. So I like that as well. And then receivers are absolutely stacked. Okay, I think earlier I read it as Cooper Kupp, but now I see that you've got... Okay, so you're talking about Amari Cooper. I do apologize. And then Waller, of course, an absolute beast I love. Sterling Shepard. Cardinals defense looks fantastic. Right, Damian Harris has looked great all year. So you've got depth at running back, even with Gaskin sitting there. And A.J. Brown on your roster too, man. J.D. McKissick, great PPR value. Tyler Boyd, kind of up and down, but still a great player. So yeah, I like where you're at, man. I really do like that. And Moore and Mooney too. I wouldn't be too concerned about starting Amari Cooper whatsoever, man. So, yeah, it's still a tough call. But I think if you start Moore, that's perfectly fine, man. I would not worry about that whatsoever. Let's see. Fantasy Catch-Up asked, Ryan Tannehill or Daniel Jones? Man, it's tough to say. Oh, now I see Chase Brown, Antonio Brown, LOL. I wish A.J. Brown. My bad. The way Tannehill's playing right now, I would start Daniel Jones against the Atlanta Falcons defense, man. I mean, Indy is kind of middle of the pack against opposing quarterbacks, right? But I can tell you one thing for sure. The Atlanta Falcons are not middle of the pack against opposing quarterbacks. So I would start Danny Jones. I am on the Danny J train all freaking day, man. So if you're asking me fantasy catch-up, I would roll with Daniel Jones this week, which before this season I never thought I'd say in a million years. But let me know if you have any other questions tonight, man. Happy to answer them. Like I said, man, if you're new here, I hope you consider becoming part of the Catch fam. But nonetheless, man, we appreciate the support tonight. We appreciate you being in the live stream. Litsky, what is going on? Yo, what is up, my guy? Happy to see you here in the chat tonight, man. Happy to have you here. Hope you're doing fantastic. Let's see if we cannot get some beautiful fantasy Q&A going here. And guys, we are out of cap room in Madden, and there are so many players that I want to sign. Steven, what's up, Steven? Our co-host in the house, our modulator. Happy to see you as always. My team is better than yours, John. I can't wait to beat you. Fair enough. I did beat you in week 1, but I traditionally lose to you in the playoffs. So we'll see what happens, man. But I did beat you, not less than 2 weeks ago. So pretty. Did you put up 90 points that week? I don't remember. I don't remember how many. You didn't put up a lot of points, so remember that much. Litsky, that team is stacked. Yeah, I think that's a great team, Chase Brown. You Matter Roofing, what is going on, man? Welcome to the catch. Welcome to the Saturday night, late night live stream. Happy to have you here, man. Hope you're doing fantastic. Hope you're doing well. Man, if you're a new face here, hope you do consider subscribing, becoming part of the Catch fam. But nonetheless, we appreciate you just being here and being in the live stream and active in the live chat. So let's see. Should I start Devontae Smith or Chase, for the flex spot? I would start Jamar Chase out of those two guys, right? I like Devonta Smith against the Cowboys. Cowboys look bad in the secondary, right? So I don't think that that's necessarily a bad play. But, yeah, T. Higgins is doubtful to play. And Pittsburgh also looks bad against the pass. And I think that, you're basically looking at 2 wide receiver ones versus, other wide receiver ones, right? So that's a tough call, man. But personally, we've seen more consistency this season through 2 weeks out of Jamar Chase. So I would roll personally with Jamar Chase, but I don't think Devonta Smith is a bad play either. Steven Chase, your team is stacked, man. Hurts is raw. Yeah, I completely agree, as Chase says. Thanks, Steven. Let's see. Real goated. How do you feel about Allen Robinson this week? I'm a little concerned, man. I'm a little concerned, to be honest with you. I don't know how things are going to be impacted with us seeing, a different quarterback out there. I mean, don't get me wrong, man. I like Justin Fields, but overall, I just don't know if it's going to negatively impact Allen Robinson. I don't think you should necessarily don't drop him by any means. You could consider trading him if you feel like you need to, but I'm not too excited. I mean, we know. Yeah, I was waiting for Steven to hop in here on this conversation, but yeah, he is an Allen Robinson owner. Let's see what he says. Allen Robinson has me so sketched week to week. Think Fields will raise the ceiling, but he targeted Mooney quite a bit. Def think he's still an every week start, but he needs to show up soon. Yeah, it's very hard to bench him. I mean, don't get me wrong, man. He's definitely a true wide receiver 1 in that offense. I just don't know. I don't want to say it concerns me with Justin Fields, right? We just don't know exactly how the Spurs offense is going to look. So it concerns me to some degree, right? But it could definitely benefit Allen Robinson. So I'm just torn on him as a whole right now. Fantasy catch-up, DraftKings stack, Patrick Mahomes, T. Hill, and Kelsey, or Josh Allen, Diggs, and Waller. Man, I would roll with the Chiefs. I mean, even against the Chargers, man, I think it's going to be a bit of a shootout. I like the other stack, though. I do like Josh Allen and Diggs, and quite frankly, the Washington football team's defense hasn't been great in the secondary, so I don't think those are bad starts. And of course, Darren Waller, week in and week out, going to ball out regardless of who he's playing against. So I don't think that's a bad start either. But I'm rolling with the Chiefs if you're asking me, man. I'll roll with the Chiefs against any defense, right? So yeah, I would roll with the Chiefs personally if you want my honest opinion there. Let's see here. Chase Brown, sorry, trying to remember what advice you told me. Yeah, sorry, man. We kind of got all over the place, and I had a leg cramp, which is pretty embarrassing for a live stream, so we got a little sidetracked there. You said I'm good starting either Shepard or More if D Hop is out. Correct. That would essentially be where I stand there. Um, I think you are completely fine if you start either of them. And if D Hop is out, then yeah, I would definitely put more in the way the Jaguars look. But I would not be scared about starting Sterling Shepard against the Atlanta Falcons one freaking bit. So overall, man, I think you have two fantastic starts, and yeah, it's gonna be that's a it's just tough call right there, man. Uh, but overall, I think you're going to end up with a good start no matter what. Um, so yeah, I'm sorry, man, if we didn't get you an exact answer or anything like that, but it's a really tough call to make there. As our defense in Madden we got pretty bad in the offseason, guys. Holy cow. And our O-line. Oh my God, we don't have a single safety. Single strong safety, that is. But let's see. Steven says Chase has a lot of great things for him right now. Started him over Robinson this week. Yeah, I agree. And with T Higgins being doubtful, I mean that definitely helps Jamar Chase as well, right? Let's see here. Fantasy catch up: Mike Evans or Justin Jefferson? Uh, Listen, man. Seattle has actually been okay against the pass. But I like Justin Jefferson this coming week. But that's a tough call, man. I mean, Mike Evans always gives you such a high ceiling, right? That it can be hard to bench him. But he is playing against the Rams, right? Not crazy about the matchup. We don't know who Ramsey's going to line up on, right? Will it be Godwin? Will it be Evans? Will it be Gronk? Who knows, man? Right? I would assume it'd be Godwin, but it could be Evans on some plays too, or overall, man. Uh, so it's definitely hard to say, but I think Justin Jefferson has a better matchup overall against Seattle. So if you're asking me, I would personally roll with Justin Jefferson out of the two, even with Antonio Brown being out. I don't think that necessarily. I mean, it does impact Mike Evans, right? But yeah, it's hard to say, man. I would personally roll with that of Justin Jefferson. Rondo Moore or Sterling Shepard flex. We just were going over this for our guy Chase, and it's such a hard. It's a hard call, guys. It truly is. If DeAndre Hopkins doesn't play, then yeah, you probably got to start more, just because this Cardinals team is going to try the Jacksonville Jaguars, right? And on the flip side, Sterling Shepard's facing the Atlanta Falcons. So he's going to absolutely fry the Atlanta Falcons, right? So is Daniel Jones and the rest of this team, right? So, yeah, man, that is an incredibly difficult call. And I don't think you're going to make the wrong call either way. It's really, really hard to make, man. But I like both of those players. You could honestly flip a coin, and I see both of those guys having fantastic week threes overall. Let's see here. Chase. Okay, thank you for the help, man. No worries. You've helped me a lot. Love coming here to chat and get advice from you. We appreciate that, man. We appreciate the continued support, man. It truly does mean a lot to us. And yeah, man, we are happy to help you, and we're glad, if and when we can ever help you. So yeah, love you coming out to the live streams, man, and we just appreciate the support. So no worries whatsoever, man. And if you have any further fantasy questions, please let us know. Fantasy catch-up. Dean Montgomery or Joe Mixon? Both have relatively tough matchups this week, right? Um, I am kind of biased towards David Montgomery, but I don't dislike Joe Mixon. And, right, Montgomery's got the Chiefs, or not the Chiefs, excuse me, the Browns, who've been pretty good against opposing running backs this season. So, I mean, I'm starting David Montgomery if that helps you make a decision at all. But, man, Joe Mixon, I mean, he just always has the chance to go off and to always score, right? And he's RB7 at the moment, but the Steelers are the fourth best team, excuse me, against opposing running backs, right? Uh, Last week, the Chicago Bears that he played against were the fifth best team against opposing running backs, and he didn't do so hot, right? Uh, Man, if he got in the end zone, he would have had a fine game, but he didn't have the best game last week, right? And now he's got Pittsburgh, right? Here, the fourth best team against opposing running backs. So I would expect a pretty similar week from what we saw last week out of uh, Joe Mixon. But with that being said, David Montgomery didn't have the best week either last week, and he's got Cleveland this week, who's the best team against opposing running backs that he's faced all season. So that's another very tough call, man. If you're asking me, I think that the Bears are going to have to uh, rely on David Montgomery a little bit more. So I would roll with David Montgomery, and it's a little bit of an easier matchup as well. So I would pick D. Montgomery, but I also love David Montgomery as a player and as a fantasy player. So it's a tough call, man, and I'm a little biased. I can't lie, right? Let's see here. Carter Payne, Robert Woods. Well, welcome to the catch, man. Welcome to the live stream. Saturday night, just chilling out. Fantasy Q&A. Trying to get this Madden franchise, our second season, put together here, man. But just chilling, man. Happy to have you here, man. Hope you're having a great night. And if you are new here, man, hope you consider hitting that sub button. But none the less, man, even if you don't consider becoming part of the Catch fam, we just appreciate you being in the live stream and showing some support tonight. So let's see. Robert Woods or Jamar Chase? TJ Watt is out now, so Chase might have some more time to get open. Yeah, that's a good point, man. Listen, T. Higgins is also doubtful, so I can see Jamar Chase having 15 plus points, and it's kind of been around that 15-point range through 2 weeks. So I like Jamar Chase this week. I truly, truly do. I don't dislike Robert Woods, but I think that Chase has a higher ceiling, as Cooper Kupp is really that primary wide receiver one for the Rams, and he is stealing all of that massive big play capability from Robert Woods. Robert Woods can still score any week, but he's really looking like a 10 to 15 point range, where Jamar Chase is looking like 15 points or more right now. So especially with Higgins being injured, right, which might hurt Jamar Chase to some degree, where he's getting more defensive pressure, so you might want to consider that too. But I would personally roll with Jamar Chase, as I think he's going to have a better week overall. So let's see here. Fantasy catch-up. Claypool, R. Moore, Jones Jr., KJ Osborne, Devontae Smith, Julio Jones, pick 3. All right. I would roll, personally, with Rondale Moore, Marvin Jones, and it's really tough. It's between KJ Osborne and Julio Jones, but I'd roll with Julio Jones at this very moment. Lockett or Cup? Cooper Kupp all day long at the moment. Love Tyler Lockett, but I'd roll with Cooper Kupp. Supersized Senpai, what is up, homie? Good to see you in the chat. Good to see you in the live stream, man. Hope you're having a fantastic night. Good to see you as always, brother. Loyal member of the Catch fam. Sup, homie? I'm going to try to snatch up Josh Gordon tomorrow. Sure. I've been hearing about this a bit. I can see him signed by next week and playing by week 6 with a decent QB. I can see him being a wide receiver steal, 12 to 15 point wide receiver on average. I don't think it's a bad call, but we've seen this happen before. And man, can he be called out of a starting lineup in a flash due to whatever restrictions the NFL puts on him, right? So just be leery, but if you have the roster room, I don't think it's a bad call. I think the most likely options that I've heard are the Saints or going back to the Seahawks. So we will see what happens, man. You could certainly be right. It could be a wide receiver steal, and I've been hearing about this in the fantasy community. So if you've got the depth in the roster room, yeah, I don't think it's a bad move, man. But glad to see you in the chat, man. Hope you stick around for a while, and let me know if you have any other questions on the night. Kyle Ellis, what is going on, man? Good to see you in the chat, homie. Good to see some of our loyal members of the Catch fam showing up tonight here for the live stream. Happy to see y'all, man. Let's get it going. 10-man PPR, 1 QB league. Trade Hunt for Hurts. Ayuk 4 point per TD. I am stacked on running backs. I don't think Hunt will start from anytime soon. My current QBs are Tannehill and Cousins. I don't think it's a bad trade. For Hurts, so you're getting Hurts and Ayuk. I mean, I don't think that's a bad trade at all, man. I like Cousins. But if you want the extra, I mean, I think if you get Cousins and Hurts, I think you consider trading Tannehill. And I think Tannehill's still going to have a good season, but you obviously don't need 3 quarterbacks, right? So, yeah, I think that's a fine trade, man. If you want me to dive more into that, let me know. Fantasy catch-up, would you start Kenyon Drake versus Dolphins or Javonte Williams versus Jaguars? I like both of those starts. I think the higher ceiling lies with Javonte Williams against the Jaguars, and I think Kenyon Drake's a safer bet to get about 10 points. But I think Javonte Williams got a chance to really break out this week. One of my must-start running backs on the week, and yeah, I like both those guys. I think Williams has the higher ceiling. Drake is the safer player for about at least 10 points, right? Steven Scott, our modulator, our fellow co-host here at the Catch. What is up, Steven? Glad to see you still sticking around. I'm seeing a lot of I'm seeing a lot of Rondell Moore buzz and praise in the fantasy community. Are we crowning him too quick? Well, considering that I'm crowning him, it could definitely be true. Don't get me wrong, but yeah. Let's see what you guys have to say about Rondell Moore, and if you guys think we are crowning him too quick. I think Steven's just jealous because he's not on any of Steven's rosters. But let's answer Steven's question here in the live chat, guys. Let's see. J. Williams, CA. Let me know if you need me to... Let me know if you need me to embellish on that one, fantasy catch-up. Got a little lost there. Kyle Ellis, Sermon or Ayuk rest of season? Gosh, that's a tough question, man. If you're asking me, I would roll with Sermon. But I don't know. You can flip a coin on that one, man. It's hard to say. It truly, truly is, man. I wonder if Steven's responded to that yet. Yeah, he did. He said you should have a good picture of Sermon versus Ayuk rest of season value after this week. Absolutely true. A fantastic point by our co-host Steven. If Ayuk bombs again, I'm scared of him going forward, and if Sermon has a chance to get a grasp of this RB1 role, yeah, I think that's a good point. Maybe wait until tomorrow if you can, man. I think that's going to be a huge indicator, right? If Ayuk starts bombing, you can drop him and then still potentially pick him back up if he starts to do well again, or do well at all this season later in the season on the waiver wire. So, yeah, I think I would roll with Sermon just because of the potential running back value. Carter Payne, glad to be here. Thanks for the help. Absolutely, man. All day, man. All day, man. That's what the Catch fam is for, homie. Fantasy catch-up, you're in the middle of the bet with a buy guy and the girl of your dreams. Who do you turn your back to? I don't know if that's in regards to one of those starts that I couldn't quite make a decision on, but let me know if you need me to emphasize on one of those further. Carter Payne, think I should hang on to Donald Mooney or grab Josh Gordon? I think you should wait till after tomorrow and see how Mooney is implicated into this offense under Justin Fields, right? But I like Mooney on the season, man, as a PPR value. So you might have time to hold off on Josh Gordon. You might not, but I would see how Mooney plays under Justin Fields being a QB1. Steven, I am just now reflecting on how I have had the worst kicker performances in week 1 and 2. Bad kickers can honestly kill your team sometimes. That's not untrue. Not untrue whatsoever. And as I'm searching for my water, I've had Matt Gay, and I had in my 12-man league, and then had Brandon McManus in my 20-man league, who I just dropped for Graham Gano on the New York Giants, who went absolutely fucking crazy last week with like 22 points against the Washington football team. And now he's got the Atlanta Falcons. So I like that start a lot. But yeah, uh, always keep an eye on those kickers, man. If you guys think we should start doing kicker videos, that's the one position we've left off. I will happily do a kicker video every week. We might start doing that just so Steven can have a chance to win a fantasy game this year. Kyle Ellis. Yeah, I am 0-2 and need a safe play at QB. My running backs are Henry, Taylor, DeMont, Gaskin, Edmonds, so Hunt won't start for me like ever. Yeah, man, I think it's a good time to trade Kareem Hunt if you can. If you think you can hold on to him and trade Myles Gaskin, I don't mind that either, man. But I think Gaskin still gives you good depth. But yeah, you're going to start Henry and Taylor and David Montgomery or Chase Edmonds every week. So I think either way you're good, man. I think it's a good trade. Ryan, would you start OBJ, Allen Robinson, or Devontae Smith in my flex spot? Honestly, I think Devontae Smith versus the Cowboys is the safest play out of those three guys. Allen Robinson looking a little vanilla right now, man. I think he's the next best start. But OBJ, we want to just see how he does in his first game back, right? I like Devonta Smith against the Cowboys. Cowboys look very bad defensively in the secondary, so I think that's a good start. Supersized Sempe. I'm taking a gamble and starting Fields this week. I'm also so glad I started Rondell Moore over Robbie Anderson, considering Robbie put up 1 point. I'm confident Moore will give me at least 2 points. LOL. Yeah, I think he will too, man. So, yeah, I think that's a good call there. And, yeah, I like the Justin Fields start, man. I like taking gambles, man. I'm all for it. So I think it's a good call, homie. Real good. How do you feel about Mixon? I'm playing against him this week. Bad defense. Well, bad start against a good defense is what I was trying to say. Pittsburgh Steelers, a good defense. Good against opposing running backs. So I wouldn't freak out, but don't be surprised if he has somewhere between 10 and 15 points, as he always has a chance to score. But to your advantage, he is playing against a very good defense overall. Supersized Sempe, I was able to snag up J.D. McKissick since I have Antonio Gibson. Good. That's a good handcuff situation that you are now benefiting from overall. You've got the PPR back and you've got the primary back. So one of them goes down, God forbid. We hate to wish injury on anyone. But yeah, you've got both aspects of that backfield. So I think that's awesome, man. Steven says, Kyle, with your running backs, you have to make that trade, and that's coming from a big Hunt fan. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Supersize Senpai. Kickers, nah, nothing kills a team more than defense. Yeah, you're not wrong about that, man. Jeez. You start the wrong defense and you were screwed. I started Carolina's defense in my 20-man league, and they only got me 8 points against the Texans, man. I got the LA Rams defense going up against Tampa Bay this week, and I'm a little scared about that. I'm not going to lie, guys. I'm not going to lie. Steven says, yes, partially jealous. Kyle, thanks, Steven. Steven, Ryan Def got to start Allen Robinson there, is Steven's opinion. I don't necessarily disagree. I think he's definitely a good call, too. Need to see OBJ before we get started with confidence. He hasn't seen contact in over a year. Just very scary. Hoping he's back, though. Football misses him. 1,000% agree with that, Stephen. Fantasy catch-up. Could you please do game picks? Please, bro. I'm going to bed soon. I took my time to join your stream and listen to you. Please take the time to do game picks with me. Yeah, I can do some game picks, man. You want me to go through each game? I mean, I usually do it on Sundays, but I'll do some quick game picks for you guys if you all want me to. I'm good at that. All right, I'm going to pull up the NFL schedule for Week 3. Why not? Let's check it out. All right, I'm going down the list, fantasy catch-up. Once I pull it up, I mean, I would have picked the Panthers over Texans. Tell you that much. Chargers, Chiefs. I think that the Chiefs edge out the Chargers. Man, I think it's going to be a good game. I think it's going to be a shootout as a whole. But yeah, I do think that the Chiefs are going to win that football game. But that's a tough one to call, man. Tennessee Titans at the Colts, man. Carson's playing, so this is a tough game, man. This is a tough game to call. This secondary of the Tennessee Titans looks very bad. Carson Wentz is playing. The Colts need a win. Tennessee came back against Russell Wilson and the Seahawks last week. It's a tough call, man. If Carson could stay healthy, I would say that the Colts play this game. But at the moment, man, I want to pick the Titans in this game. But part of me really wants to pick the Colts, who I keep picking, and I do have faith in, right? The Giants and Falcons, I think that the Giants are going to win this game. They might not win by much. I think the Falcons will show up. Don't get me wrong. But the Giants are going to show up more, and I think they edge out the Falcons. Let's see here. Steelers at Bengals. I'm going to pick the Steelers by a slim margin. I think that's going to be a fun game, although Joe Burrow hasn't looked great, and TJ Watt's out, right? Some of the other players on the Steelers defense are out. But yeah, I think the Steelers will win that football game. Browns and Bears. I will roll with the Browns there, but I think the Bears will show up in this game. So I'll roll with the Browns there, probably about a score or so. Let's see, Ravens at Lions. Man, I'm rolling with the Ravens, but I could see I swear I could see the Lions winning that game. Patriots at Saints. Man, I'm picking Mac Jones, mac and cheese to win that game. Patriots need another win on the season. I'm picking mac and cheese all day, beating the new, or not beating the New England Patriots, beating the New Orleans Saints. Cardinals and Jags. I'm rolling with the Cards, man. I truly, truly am. Bills and the Washington football team. It's a tough game to call, man. But the Bills' defense has looked so good that that's the deciding factor for me, and I'm picking the Bills. Broncos at Jets. Yep, picking the Broncos. Nothing else to say about it. Raiders at Dolphins. Can the Dolphins and the Brisket Jacoby Brissett give the Raiders their first loss on the season? I think they have a shot to. I actually really do. But I'm going to pick the Raiders. I'm going to be really vanilla here. Vikings at Seahawks. Man, the Vikings haven't looked as bad as their 0-2 record show. I could actually see the Vikings winning this game, right? Especially the way that Derrick Henry tore apart that team. And Dalvin Cook, KJ Osborne, right? Screw it, man. Vikings win this game by 3. Why not? Tampa Bay Buccaneers at the Rams. Listen, man, the Buccaneers look absolutely freaking insane. Tom Brady looks like he is on pace to throw 70 touchdowns, but guess what? The Rams win by a field goal. San Francisco 49ers at the Packers. A lot of people picking the Niners in this game. I think the Packers are going to show up, and I'm going to pick the Packers in that game, man. Eagles and Cowboys. This is a really interesting game, man. You never know what's going to happen with the NFC East, man. And I like the Cowboys a lot, but I'm going to give a dub to Jalen Hurts and the Eagles. So, yeah, man, I'm going to roll with the Eagles in that game. So, yeah, man, let's see here. Fantasy catch-up, you don't have to, bro. No worries, man. I didn't mind rolling through those game picks, but I do more in-depth game picks on Sunday before kickoff. So, but yeah, I didn't mind doing that at all, man. So no worries, my guy. Nathan Jenke, what is going on, man? Welcome to the stream, of course, man. Good to see you, loyal member of the Catch fam. Always good to see you, my guy. What do you think about Eli Mitchell going forward? Is he a drop? It's a hard. I think we need to sit back and just let it play out because it's hard to tell at this point in time, man. It truly is. I think we need more time to evaluate that backfield, but he's borderline droppable at the moment. But when he has been healthy and implemented as the RB1 for the Niners, yes, he is RB1 value. So I would sit him on your bench for the moment. I don't think I would drop him just yet. Ryan, I'm just so tempted to play OBJ for his comeback. Carter says same. I got him in a trade as cherry on top, so I have high hopes. Yeah, listen, guys, I think Steve and I both love Odell Beckham. But I just want to see a larger sample size overall. And I want to see how he looks in this first game. But could that risk pay off? Yeah, it could absolutely pay off. So it's a tough call, man. Noah, what is going on, man? Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the live stream, man. Um, yeah, hope you're doing well. Welcome to the catch. We just got a weird notification from my Xbox, but we'll move on. If you're new here, man, hope you consider subscribing to the channel, becoming part of the catch fam. But nonetheless, man, we just appreciate you being up in the chat, up in the Saturday Night Live. Saturday Night Live, yeah, man. Saturday night late stream, man. Good to see you, man, and I hope you're doing well and you consider becoming part of the catch fam. Okay. Start two. AJ Brown, Mike Williams, Chris Godwin, and Allen Robinson. Whew. Tough calls, man. You're starting, Chris Godwin, White, C, Ramsey all night long. I like Mike Williams' matchup this week, man. I think Keenan Allen's going to see most of the pressure from the Washington football team. I like Mike Williams from Kansas City. I like Mike Williams a lot as a start in a potential shootout. I would start Mike Williams, man. I like A.J. Brown this week too, man. That's a tough call, man. That's a tough call, right? I think Brown versus Indianapolis has a chance to score. He's been a little underwhelming this year. He has to score. He's essentially touchdown dependent, right? And I don't dislike Allen Robinson, and I really like Chris Godwin, man, but I'm really scared that Godwin's going to be shadowed by Jalen Ramsey, right? But it's so hard to bench all four of those guys. That's a tough call, my guy. It truly is. I would say Mike Williams is a for sure starter. Wow. That's a tough call. Who do you guys think Ramsey's going to cover this weekend? Evans or Godwin? Or are they going to float him around? They never really do. I feel like he has to cover Godwin. And I don't like starting anyone against Jalen Ramsey, man. I would roll with A.J. Brown and Mike Williams, but I really am feeling shaky about that overall. So, yeah, that's a tough call. Carter Payne, living in Indy is rough right now. The injuries suck, and 0-2 sucks more. Our co-host, Steven, is a loyal Colts fan, so he feels your pain. So yeah, man, don't feel too bad about that. Streak, what is going on, man? Hope you're doing well, man. Happy to have you up in the chat tonight, man. If you are new here, hope you do consider becoming part of the Catch fam by subscribing down below. But nonetheless, man, truly appreciate the support and just having you here in the live stream. Do I trade Corey Davis for Chase Claypool full PPR? It's worth a consideration, man. But I want to see a larger sample size from that of Corey Davis. They're pretty equal on the season, right? The thing with Claypool, as much value as he presents, right, he is kind of that he's still wide receiver 3, man. I think Corey Davis is a true wide receiver 1. He's just on a much worse team. So that's a tough call. I've got Corey Davis on both of my rosters in my 12-man and my Tony Man league. So I like Corey Davis. I think Claypool might give you a higher ceiling, but Davis is probably going to be more consistent. So that's a tough call, guys. For you guys in the live chat, let Streak know what you guys think about that trade. Supersized Senpai, I know I just said I was happy I got J.D. McKissick, but what do you think about me dropping him for Chuba Hubbard? If I have a chance to get him, is he worth grabbing or should I stick with handcuff? Yeah, I think Chuba is absolutely worth picking up, man. I truly think that that's worth a shot, man. So I don't dislike that whatsoever by any means. Chuba's going to be an RB1 for sure. And it's a good handcuff situation that you have there. But I think while CMC is out, that is worth adding Chuba in the meantime. And I've heard it pronounced both Chuba and Chuba, so I just go back and forth. But I think it is actually pronounced Chuba, so I should probably just straighten that out. But yeah, I think he's worth adding in the meantime, man. Ryan, especially with no Jarvis Landry, yeah, that's a good point overall for those of you guys who are considering starting that of OBJ in this week's matchup, right? MB, what is going on, man? Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the live stream. Welcome to the Catch, man. Hope you are doing well. RIP Mike Tags. He's a drop. I believe that's in reference to Mike Davis, right? Uh, Clarify for me so I make sure. But if not, man, let me know who you meant by Mike Tags. But nonetheless, man, thanks for being up in the live stream. Thanks for being here tonight. And if you do enjoy the live stream, consider subscribing, becoming part of the Catch fam. But nonetheless, man, we just appreciate you being in the live stream tonight. Fantasy Catch Up, thank you, bro. I sub. We appreciate that support, man. No worries, man. That's what we're here for, my guys. So we do appreciate that support, man. Truly does mean a lot to us. Streak. Hold on Odell, but if you're desperate for a flex, then start him. Yeah, I don't disagree with that statement at all, man. I think that's a good call overall. Marcus L. Welcome to the live stream, man. Hope you are doing well. I need to... Sorry, guys. We got totally sidetracked from Madden. I know not everyone's really concerned at that, but I feel bad if you guys are watching and there's nothing going on the screen, man. A lot of activity, man. Love seeing the late night live stream popping off, guys. So, Marquise, hope I'm pronouncing your name right. If not, you can grill me in the live chat. But welcome to Catch, man. Hope you consider subscribing, becoming part of the Catch fam. But nonetheless, man, we just appreciate you being out here in the live stream. Should I drop Sherman for Madison? It's definitely worth a shot, man. But listen, we don't know for sure that Dalvin Cook is hurt. The thing with Madison is that you're always considering Dalvin Cook getting injured, and that's really where his value is, right? I know that we've seen Dalvin Cook replaced by Madison, right? But I don't know, man. I think Sermon's got a better shot at being an RB1. So if you're asking me, I would hold on to Sherman. And I'm assuming that you're saying Sermon, as in Trey Sermon. So if that is who you're thinking of dropping, I would hold on to Trey Sermon. But let me know in the chat if you're considering someone else. Bossman Fat. What is going on, man? Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the Catch, man. If you do enjoy tonight's live stream, go ahead and subscribe. I was going to say, go ahead and consider subscribing, as we'd appreciate the support. But, yeah, man, go ahead and subscribe. Why not? Just ask you straight up. But, yeah, man, hope you enjoyed tonight's stream. And if you do, consider becoming part of the Catch fam. But nonetheless, man, we just appreciate you being up in the chat and showing support in that sense. Who should I start at flex in replacement of Deontay? Melvin Gordon, Tyler Boyd, or Cole Beasley? Good question, man. Very good question. Listen, man, T. Higgins is out. So for this week, I think that Tyler Boyd is a pretty good option overall. I don't dislike that call. But if T. Higgins wasn't out, I don't know if I'd like that much. Pittsburgh's still pretty good overall against the... Well, no, they play pretty poorly against the pass. They've been... pretty good defensively, but against the pass they haven't been. So I think Tyler Boyd is a good start, and I do like Melvin Gordon, but he's kind of touchdown dependent at the moment, right? But he's a good call too against the Jets. So I think you flip a coin between both of those guys. Ryan, it's in San Francisco. Go 49ers, easily Packers on third string, left and right tackles. I don't think that's a bad call, man. I could definitely see San Francisco winning that game. I was trying to shake it up, man. So, yeah, but I could definitely see San Francisco winning that game as well. Let's see. Bossman Fat says PPR. Yeah, I do think Tyler Boyd or Melvin Gordon are good starts, but I think Tyler Boyd could have a sneaky good game this week. Steven says Mike Williams and Godwin. Streak says Evans. Yeah. Ramsey has gone after Evans in the past, says Steven. He guards the most physical receiver on the team, says Streak. Yeah, that's probably true regarding Ramsey. But it's a hard call overall, man. I like Godwin if you guys don't think that Ramsey's going to be covering him. It's a hard call, man. It really is there. Jack Keaton. What is going on, man? Welcome to the Catch, man. Hope you're doing well, man. Hope you consider becoming part of the Catch family. And if not, man, we just appreciate you being in the live stream. But I hope you enjoyed tonight's live stream. And if you do, man, consider hitting that sub button. But hope you have a fantastic night. Yo, I got Gibson as RB1. But who should I start at RB2? Henderson or Tyson Williams? Tyson Williams all day long. Look at what happened to the Detroit Lions in Week 1 with Elijah Mitchell and the San Francisco 49ers. And I'm going to sneeze. Am I? There we go. Excuse me, guys. That felt really good. All right, and look at what Aaron Jones did in Week 2 to the Detroit Lions, man. Tyson Williams, one of my RB must starts for the week, man. I think he is a beautiful start here in Week 3. I would start him all day with full confidence at the RB2 position. And listen, Henderson, right? I like D-Tendies. We love Darrell Henderson at the catch. D-Tendies is one of our guys, right? But a little banged up with that rib injury, and Tampa Bay has been good up front, so I would start Tyson Williams all day. Steven says Jacob Eason for president. DJ Vic, hope you're doing well, man. Welcome to Catch, man. If you do enjoy tonight's live stream, hope you consider subscribing and becoming part of the Catch fam. Man, let's see. Thoughts on Allen Robinson. Slightly concerned on his production in the coming weeks with the QB switch. I am slightly concerned as well. Our co-host Steven is a Robinson owner, and yeah, he's not concerned, but I am slightly concerned. I think Justin Fields is going to have to rely on David Montgomery more, the run game overall more. So if you're asking me, man, I'm concerned, right? I still think he's a good wide receiver too. I still think he's got about a 10-point radius, maybe a little bit more. But you know what, guys? I'm going to try and play. I'm going to play Madden online and just get absolutely grilled for you guys in the late night stream. Yeah, I'm slightly concerned about Allen Robinson, but our co-host Steven doesn't seem to be. So it's a tough one to answer. Jack Keenan. Also, I have to choose to start 3 receivers in full PPR league, and the receivers I have are Terry, Lockett, Diggs, and Debo in a 12-man league. Let's see here. I would start Scary Terry. I would start Tyler Lockett. And honestly, I would start Diggs too. I would go with the 3 guys he went out and drafted, and I would start them with confidence, man. I could see all 3 of those guys having scores this week. Oh my gosh, I forgot I canceled my Xbox Live. So we're not playing online. We're just playing. No, I know no one cares about Madden anyway, so let's just get a game going. So you guys have something more to look at than my face. Okay. Alan Gardner, hope you're doing well, man. Welcome to the Catch, baby. Welcome to the live stream, man. If you do enjoy tonight's live stream, of course, man, we hope that you consider becoming part of the Catch fam. And if not, we just appreciate your support here tonight. Mike Evans or Mike Williams, PPR. Evan plays Rams and Williams plays Chiefs. Yeah, I like Mike Williams. The pace he's on right now, man, I think he's in a very good spot against Kansas City Chiefs in what should be a shootout game, right? And I think he's going to have a good game overall. And I would roll with him and with pretty extreme confidence, man. And it's not that I don't like Mike Evans, but we were just talking about that, right? We could potentially see, Ramsey on Evans all night, or all day, right? So I would roll with Mike Williams, right? Who was someone I was extremely high on from the beginning, from when we started this channel, who I talked about all off season and preseason, took in a ton of mock drafts, and then I didn't draft him in any of my leagues. So I think he's on a fantastic pace. I think it's going to be a higher scoring game, and I would roll with Mike Williams. You matter roofing. Who should I start? Gronk or Kyle Pitts for tight end? Don't even question it. I know it's a better matchup for Kyle Pitts, but you are starting Gronk all day long. Don't underestimate Gronkowski, man. I would roll with Gronk even against a good matchup, man. I know Kyle Pitts has the better matchup, but the way Gronk is playing, you cannot bench him right now, my God. Carter Payne, Miles Sanders, or Antonio Gibson PPR. That's a tough call, man. Antonio Gibson has a far worse matchup against the Buffalo Bills, right? And so if you're asking me, I would roll with Miles Sanders against the Dallas Cowboys just based on the matchup alone. Um, so yeah, that's where I would sit with that one, my guy. But I think you got a good. I mean, both those guys have a chance to get in their red zone and in the end zone as a whole, no matter what. So it's a tough call, but I would roll with Miles Sanders based on the matchup. Bossman Fat, yeah, I think I will go with Boyd. Yeah, I think that's a good call, man. I really do. Revise, how's it going, man? Hope you're doing well tonight, man. If you are new to the Catch, man, hope you enjoyed tonight's stream. Hope you consider becoming part of the Catch fam and hitting that sub button. But if not, we just appreciate the support of you being in the stream tonight. Thoughts on Will Fuller? He just got dropped in my 12-man league, and I can't freaking believe it, man. I like Will Fuller. I want to see a large sample size, right? And I want to see how he bounces back from missing some time, suspension, injury, all that good stuff, right? So, yeah, I like him quite a bit, but I want to see how. I mean, remember the pace he was on, right, before he got injured? Or I guess, no, he got suspended first, right? But the pace he was on with Sean Watson and the Texans was phenomenal. Listen, man, I know that Jacoby Brissett was not the starter before last week, but I think Jacoby Brissett's a good quarterback, actually. So I like where Will Fuller could be. If he's available in your league and you've got the depth, then I don't think it's a bad move whatsoever, man. So listen, timeout real quick. I just threw the ball to Max Williams here in Madden. Right now, I am starting Mike Gesicki in my 12-man league. Max Williams went ballistic last week for the Carolina Panthers, and this week he is facing a very bad defense with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Let me know in the live stream, would you guys consider adding Max Williams to your roster at the tight end position and starting him against the Jacksonville Jaguars, or would you roll with Mike Gesicki versus the Las Vegas Raiders? I am interested to know. I need some fantasy advice every now and then too, guys. So let me know. Mike Gesicki has been absolutely disappointing. I said I was going to give him one more shot this week. I really did, but I don't know if I want to. So let me know what you guys think about that. Let's see. Carter Payne. Cook is my RB1, so I could start Sanders and Gibson if his ankle really is jacked. Cook is still going against the worst defense in the entire league against the run, so I wouldn't sweat it too much, man. I truly wouldn't. But I would start Sanders over Gibson. Gibson's got a tough matchup, guys. I would keep that in mind. But if you're really concerned about it, I think Gibson and Sanders always have an opportunity. I just threw an interception. Always have an opportunity to get in the red zone, right? They are RB1s, right? Bossman Fat, do you think Zach Pascal is worth dropping for a J.D. McKissick, Sony Michel, Mark Ingram, or Tim Patrick who are on waivers? No, I don't. I truly don't, especially now. Carson is back, guys, at the time being, right? He could get hurt again at any moment. But for the time being, he is back. So I like Tim Patrick. I don't mind the addition of Sony Michel as we might see something bad happen to Darrell Henderson, who is a little banged up, and Sony Michel might see more playing time, right? So I don't mind that idea, right? I like J.D. McKissick. I've liked him since the season, before the season started, as a PPR value. But I really like Zach Pascal, especially with the chemistry that he has shown with Carson Wentz. I would hold on to him, guys. He just got dropped in my 12-man league, and I automatically put in a waiver for him, and I got him. And he's in my starting lineup. I mean, the Tennessee Titans are the worst team in the entire league against opposing wide receivers, right? He's had at least one red zone target in each game. He's had at least one touchdown, if not two touchdowns, right, in each game, right? Over 5 targets in each game, over 4 reception each game. I would hold on to Zach Pascal. I like where he's at this point in the season. DJ Fix has subbed. Appreciate that support, man. We truly, truly do. Nothing helps out the channel more than you guys going ahead and subscribing to the channel. So we do truly, truly appreciate that, man. Let's see here. Herbert or Brady this week? Thanks. Man, it's a tough call. That's a tough call. I just spilled water on myself, guys. Listen, Tom Brady is facing the Rams, right? The Colts did a couple things to the Rams last week, right? But outside of that, right, Tom Brady looks like he could put up 30 fantasy points against any defense right now. So it's hard to say, man, because I think that, of course, Justin Herbert has the better matchup overall, and I think that Chiefs and Chargers game could be a true shootout as a whole. So it is a tough call, but overall, man, I would personally start Justin Herbert if it was my roster. That's who I would start. But at the same time, man, I don't want to ever advise against benching Tom Brady. I still think even against the Rams, Brady could put up at least 20 points, if not more. So I like where Brady is at. That's a tough call, man. But I think Herbert's going to have a really good week. You guys have given me some tough ones tonight that I could go back and forth on all night. And if I did for too long, I would change my mind 100 times probably. So it's really hard to bench Brady right now, man. Even against the Rams, man. Honestly, I am inclined to say I would start Brady, even though I just said I would start Justin Herbert. I think I would start Brady, to be honest. He just looks too fucking good right now, man. He is a scary man. I am scared if I say otherwise. Tom Brady is going to like fly into my house right now and destroy me with a football or something. So start Tom Brady. Okay, Jack Keenan, I'm so happy bro got Gronk in like the 12th round as a backup tight end. Hey, more power to you, man. Listen, Gronk was someone towards the end of the preseason. If you go back and watch like our tight end ranking videos and our 2021 preview for the season, I've talked about Gronk a lot, and I wanted to draft him in both my leagues. In our 12-man league, mine and Steven's 12-man league, he got drafted early. Steven's dad is a big Gronk fan and took Gronk early, like in the 4th or 5th round. And right now, it looks like a very smart move. In my 20-man league, he got targeted earlier than I thought he would. I really wanted him in my 20-man league, and I did not get him. So more power to you, man. I think you made some great moves there, as picking him up as a tight end too. So awesome job for you, man. Let's see, Marquise. My fault. Yeah, I meant Sermon. Also, do you think Michael Carter is worth consideration? Thank you. Yeah, I figured you meant Sermon, so no worries there, my guy. I think Carter's worth consideration if you need the running back depth. And if you have room on your bench as well. But outside of that, I'm not putting too much stock into these New York Jets running backs, although Carter seems to be getting an uptick in carries and the most carries. That could change next week, right? With Ty Johnson there, right? With Telvin Coleman there. Is he worth consideration? Yes. But only if you truly, truly need the depth. I don't think you're going to really see an RB1 that you're going to feel confident in consistently implementing week in and week out. So is he worth consideration? Yes, but only to some degrees. Revise. Who would you rather start on my second flex? Will Fuller, Elijah Moore, or KJ Osborne? That's a tough call, man. It truly, truly is. I like KJ Osborne a lot. I've got him in my starting lineup in my 12-man league, man. I would start KJ Osborne. I truly would. I think he's going to have a good week. Seattle's been pretty good against opposing receivers, man. But listen, I like KJ Osborne. He's one of the players who I'm on the train, and I'm not getting off anytime soon, man. Uh, so yeah, I would roll KJ Osborne if you're asking me, man. That's who I had the highest conviction in, man. Not crazy overall about Elijah Moore at the moment. I think he still has that potential to have a good season, man. Uh, I'm just not crazy with where he's at overall. Um, I just we have to see the breakout game, and I'm not sure if it's going to start or if it's going to happen against the Broncos, right? Um, so I would stay away there, and then Will Fuller. I just want to take a step back and see how he does in his first game back. So I would start KJ Osborne with pretty high confidence, man. I like where he's at. Bossman Fat earned the sub. Appreciate that, my guy. Truly, truly do. Like I said, nothing helps the channel more than you guys subscribing to the channel. So I appreciate that. Truly, truly do, man. That support means the world to the channel, man. Carter Payne, I got to get some sleep for long day of being drunk, watching ball, and avoiding my girlfriend's family. Good luck there, man, and I hope you have a great Sunday. Subbed, and we'll be back. Truly, truly appreciate that love and support, my guy. Don't throw any more picks. Excuse me. Jeez. Yeah, I'm having some allergies tonight, man. That time of year. Yeah, I'll try not to throw any more picks, but we appreciate that love and support, my guy. Truly, truly do. Definitely means a lot to us, man. So let's see here. Revise. Also, Josh Allen, Derek Carr, or Kirk Cousins. Whew. Tough call. I like Josh Allen this week. Don't get me wrong, man. I think he's got a better chance to have a good chance to have a better game than most people are predicting. Uh, but overall, man, the way Derek Carr is playing, I don't know how to tell you to bench him. I mean, he's like QB8 on the year, man. In Miami, pretty good against opposing quarterbacks right now, about the 10th team in the league, but Pittsburgh was 18th in the league, and he made them look silly last week, right? And then, honestly, man, Cousins is that underrated, same old Captain Kirk. He's like QB10 on the week or on the year, and he's got a pretty good matchup in Seattle's 12th against opposing quarterbacks. So that's a tough call, man. It truly, truly is, and I think that they're all good options, man. If you have all those guys on your team, then kudos to you, man. You got some depth going there at the QB position, bro. Uh, and I don't dislike Josh Allen. And actually, the Washington football team is the worst team of the three out of those three teams against opposing quarterbacks, right? Um, but honestly, if you're asking me, just the way Derek Carr is playing, I would pick Derek Carr. But that is a very, very difficult decision amongst those three guys, man. That's tough, man. That truly, truly is, man. I think I would roll with Derek Carr, though, honestly. So let's see. Bossman Fat, Boyd or Pascal at flex this week left him out. Uh, I would start Zach Pascal. I really like Pascal. And I know we went over Boyd, man, and I like where Boyd is at a lot. I still think he's a good pick if you have more conviction in him. Tough call. But I think I like Zach Pascal a lot right now. So I think he's a good call. And it has more to do with Tennessee defensively is just so bad, man. I mean, it's a small sample size. Don't get me wrong, man. But they are the worst team in the entire league against opposing receivers right now. And we know Carson Wentz is playing. And I just think it's a good. Wow, how was that not pass interference? Oh, thank you. I was like, what? I think Zach Pascal's a really good play this week, man. That's where I'm at right now. So, tough decision, though. Tough decision. All right, let's see. Jackson Doyle, how are you doing, man? Good to see you here. Good to see you in the live chat. I hope I pronounced your last name right there. But nonetheless, man, hope you enjoyed tonight's stream. If you do, man, hope you consider becoming part of the Catch fam. But if not, man, we just appreciate you being up in the chat tonight and for being here in the live stream as well. So pick two Mike Williams, McLaurin, or Marquise Brown. Tough calls, man. Tough calls. Uh, I would definitely roll with Mike Williams. I think he continues his streak of really good games against the Chiefs and should be a shootout, man. I like that play a lot. I've talked about that a lot tonight, right? Um, McLaurin, I think, is a good start, but the Bills have looked very good defensively, where Marquise Brown has the Lions, who have looked very poor defensively. So if it's between those three guys and I got to pick two, as much as it pains me, I would roll with Mike Williams and Marquise Brown. But if you bench Scary Terry, he's called Scary Terry for a reason, right? So you are facing, potentially seeing him go off. So it is a tough call, man. Revise, thanks for the help sub. Appreciate that support, man. Truly do. Nothing else helps the channel more than you guys subbing. But nonetheless, man, I do just appreciate you guys joining the live stream and being in the live chat. So truly appreciate all of the Catch fam, whether you guys are subscribed or not. But let's see here. Crypt. I'm thinking about starting Hurts over Russ. Bad idea, brother. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you in the chat tonight. Like I said, hope you're doing well. Hope you're getting ready for another beautiful NFL Sunday. And no, I don't think it's a bad start, man. Listen, I think Russell Wilson at this point has essentially proved, even with a tough strength of schedule, he is always worth a start, man. If there's anyone out there outside of Patty Mahomes that you can start with full confidence, I think it has to be Russell Wilson, right? So I got no beef with our guy Russell Wilson against Minnesota, who's very bad against opposing quarterbacks. But listen, Hurts against the Cowboys is another great matchup, right? And Jalen Hurts is like QB5 right now. And Dallas is actually ranked like 19th against opposing quarterbacks. So I think they're both good starts. And no, I don't think it's crazy by any means I think this NFC East game could end up being a little bit more defensive than people are anticipating, but it could also just be a fucking shootout, right? So I think they're both good starts, and I don't think it's too crazy to consider starting Hurts over Wilson. But Minnesota has played very poorly in the secondary and very poorly against opposing quarterbacks thus far in the season, and Russell looks electric. He looks great, man. He is slinging the football. So I don't think that it's crazy, but yeah. I'd still like Russell this week against Minnesota. I think he's going to have a really good week, man. But I also like I said, I do like Jalen Hurts a lot too. Marquise, I don't really see a high ceiling with either, but if I had to roll a dice, Max Williams would be my choice with his matchup. I would also check to see how often Jacoby Brissett likes to target his tight ends. Yeah, and that's where I'm torn, because I do like the matchup for Max Williams, a lot more. But the reason we saw an actual uptick in targets for our guy Gesicki last week was because Jacoby Brissett was out there. So, it's a really tough call. It truly is. And I don't know, man. I mean, Max Williams had like 0 points in week 1, and then he just had a phenomenal game last week. And now the Cardinals have another phenomenal matchup. So I'm like, it's just a tough call, man, because if we see this happen with tight ends all the freaking time, right? So, I don't know, man. I think I might have to roll with Gesicki, but I have definitely been considering adding Max Williams all week. And he's still available, last I checked, which wasn't that long ago. It was during this live stream. So, I appreciate the feedback, man, and I'm really torn on it, to be honest with you. Revised Carr and Cousins are on the waivers in my big money 12-man league. Okay, so you're... Okay. Yeah, man, I think if they're available in a 12-man league, you should add one of them to your roster and pair them with Josh Allen. But I don't think that Allen is a bad start this week whatsoever, man. I truly don't. But But if you want to add Carr, I think it's a really good idea. And if you add Kirk Cousins, I think it's a really good idea. Um, but the pace that Carr is on right now and the way that he's playing is absolutely freaking fantastic. So, yeah, I would at least consider adding one of them. You don't even have to necessarily start either of them this week over Josh Allen. But yeah, I would definitely consider adding at least one of them to your roster, man. So yeah, regardless, I think you'll end up with two really good quarterbacks. And yeah, you don't necessarily have to start either of them this week either. So let's see. I don't know what I was doing on this last drive in Madden. I just wanted to run the ball with Kyler Murray a little bit. So um, most of you guys know at this point what went down in my 20-man league with me only having Tua as a starting quarterback. I traded Darrell Henderson for Trevor Lawrence, which doesn't go through until tomorrow morning. But listen, I don't have any choice. Okay. So in my 20-man league, man, uh, would you guys bench Tim Patrick against the Jets for Corey Davis against the Broncos or for DJ Chark against Arizona? I am curious to get you guys' feedback on that because the Jets, surprisingly, have actually been pretty good against opposing wide receivers. It is a small sample size, of course, and we just scored with Rondell Moore. I think it's a sign for you Rondell Moore doubters out there, man. But listen, the Jets haven't played the best teams at the receiver position so far this season. So it is kind of an interesting stat, but they're like the third best team against opposing receivers. I mean, they played Carolina in week one, who I like Carolina's receivers a lot. So I think they're pretty good there. But really, in week one, only DJ Moore showed up. We didn't really see a lot out of Terrace Marshall or, excuse me, we didn't also see a lot out of Robbie Anderson. Robbie Anderson had his best game week one, but he only had 2 catches, right? So, yeah, that's the point I'm making there, right? But yeah, the Jets are actually pretty good against opposing receivers. And then New England, right? Jacoby Myers and Nelson Aguilar. I mean, really, their receiver core is very thin. So, but right now, yeah, the Jets are the third best team against opposing receivers. So could that change with the Denver Broncos here in week 3? Yes, and that's kind of what I'm banking on with Tim Patrick in my lineup at the moment. But I could bench him for Corey Davis or DJ Chark. But I think I'm going to take a risk on that of Tim Patrick with Rondell Moore and KJ Osborne as my flex player. And then my running back position, I've got Aaron Jones and James Robinson. Then I'm going to have Trevor Lawrence and Jared Cook. So I'm a little scared this week, I'm not going to lie. I'm hoping that this Jaguars team puts up some points against the Cardinals. All right, let's see here. Revise. Do I drop Elijah Moore, James Conner, or Robert Tonyan for Carr? I'm kind of stacked on receivers, so leaning towards Moore. I would drop Elijah Moore out of those guys, man. Listen, man, if anything happens, God forbid, to Chase Edmonds, right, then you've got an RB1 on one of the best offenses in the league, right? Outside of that, I like Robert Tonyan a lot, man. If you have a tight end you're playing in front of him, that's fine, but he still presents tremendous value as a tight end 2, and I think he presents good value as a tight end 1. I think he's going to have a very good season. I know week 1 is disappointing, but overall, man, I'm still on the Robert Tonyan train. So, yeah, I personally would drop Elijah Moore out of those guys, especially if you're confident at the receiver position and you don't feel like there's anyone that you're going to start over Elijah Moore. Then yeah, I think it's definitely most logical to drop him overall. All right, let's see here, guys. All right, let's see. I got Noah Fant. Someone dropped Tanyan for running back because theirs got hurt. I would keep Fant and Robert Tanyan, man. It does not hurt to have depth at the tight end position, and that is a tremendous duo, man. I like that tandem a whole lot, so that's who I would stick with if you're asking me, and I would drop Elijah Moore, man, for sure. I really like the fact that you have two stud tight ends like that. DJ Vick, Brandon Cooks looking like a wide receiver 2 to 3 for the rest of the season. You could argue he's looking like a wide receiver 1 for the rest of the season, right? Uh, I like Brandon Cooks a lot, man. If he is your wide receiver 2 or your wide receiver 3, I think he's a fantastic player. And you should keep him in your starting lineup all week long, man, or all year long at this point, regardless of quarterback, apparently, right? So, yeah, I mean, at least 7 targets in each game, man. His worst receiving yard performance was week 2 when he had 78 receiving yards, but that's been the only week that he's had a touchdown. But he is the offense primarily. I mean, they're alternating like 7 running backs, and then they're throwing to Brandon Cooks. And, I mean, there's a couple other players, right? Farrah Brown and, gosh, he was their second string receiver. His name is slipping my mind, but he's gotten some good target amounts too. But yeah, I like Brandon Cooks a lot, man. If he's in your starting lineup, I wouldn't feel bad about it. I mean, this past matchup against Carolina was a tough matchup, right? He's got 2 more tough ones, right? Buffalo and then New England, right? And then in week 8, the LA Rams. In between that, he's got Indianapolis and Arizona, which are good matchups. But even against that tough matchup against Carolina with a backup quarterback, he put up 16 points. So I like where he's at right now, man. I truly, truly do. Revise. Thanks. Going to go to bed. Hopefully I get car waiver drops go through tomorrow. Yeah, man. Appreciate you being in the live stream tonight, man. I appreciate you coming out and chilling, and I hope that the waiver wire works out for you. Hope you have a great Sunday, man. Just enjoy it and watch some football. Sit back and get some fantasy vibes going. Hope your fantasy team absolutely crushes it, man. And thank you for the support, man, and chilling here tonight. We truly appreciate it. Wow. D-Hop, are we going to go? Did we score too early? Should we take more time off the clock? Let's do it. All right. Jackson Doyle, I'm benching Scary Terry and Robert Woods. I have Mike Williams, Cortland Sutton, Marquise Brown starting. Should I change anything? I like both those guys, man. That you have ahead of probably 2 guys you and Scary Terry and Robert Woods that you probably drafted ahead of those other 2 guys. But Mike Williams against the Chiefs, tremendous overall start. I just talked about the Jets actually being pretty good against opposing receivers. I think Cortland Sutton has a really good game. So, like the start there. I like the way the Broncos look overall, right? And then Marquise Brown against the Detroit Lions is just going to be a stupid matchup overall, man. So I do like that play as well. Yeah, I don't think you're doing anything wrong. The Bills have been very, very good defensively, matching up against Scary Terry, right? So I don't dislike that call whatsoever. I mean, Scary Terry is Scary Terry for a reason, like we said earlier. But at the end of the day, man, I think the Bills look very, very good defensively, so I don't think it's a bad call. And I like Robert Woods a lot. And if he scores, he's going to put up a very good stat line. But if he does not, he's looking closer to the 10 to 12 point range overall. So I like Robert Woods and I like Scary Terry all freaking day. But I like the other 3 guys based on their matchups and how their respective roles in their offenses are looking. So, no, I don't think he did anything wrong with setting that lineup, man. All right, let's see. Pickle Rick, what is going on, man? Hope you're doing well, man. Good to see you in the chat tonight, man. Appreciate you coming out. If you do enjoy the stream tonight, man, go ahead and consider subscribing to the channel, becoming part of the Catch fam, man. But nonetheless, man, we do appreciate you being out here tonight to show and support in the stream and in the live chat. Starters: Jay Allen, Alvin Kamara, DeAndre Swift, Marquise Brown, Debo, Jared Cook, Marvin Jones, Mike Davis, which is the start of your bench as I see. Let's see here. Sorry. Okay, so we got Brandon Cooks. He obviously, if you already benched him, you can't play because he was the Thursday night game, I should say. Dawson Knoxville, Lindsey, James Winston, Vikings defense. What do you think of my team, and would you replace anyone? I think your team's pretty damn good, man. Let's see. I like the way that your team looks, man. 14-man league, no PPR. As Jackson Doyle says, all right, thanks, man. Gonna head to sleep. I just saw, by the way. Appreciate that support, man. I'll be back next time. We appreciate that support 100%, man, and we will see you next time. Enjoyed having you out here in the stream tonight, man. Truly means a lot that you decided to support the channel, man. And hope you have a great night and a great Fantasy Sunday as well. So let's see here, man. Yeah, Pickle Rick, man. I like the way that your lineup looks right now, man. I mean, you could have considered putting Brandon Cooks in there, but I think even if you don't, right, your lineup still looks very good. I like Jared Cook at the tight end position. I wouldn't be worried too much about Josh Allen. I know he's been a little underwhelming, but overall, man, I do like your bench, and I like the way your lineup looks right now. And I think outside of just making sure I'm reading this right, you got Rondell Moore. But I like where Marvin Jones is at, and Marquise Brown and Debo Samuel. I think Rondell Moore is the only player in there that you could consider starting out of anyone that's in your starting lineup. Included Brandon Cooks on the bench, but you just can't play him at this point in the week, right? But I really like your receiver depth, and I think your two starting running backs are pretty fucking legit with, obviously, your guy... Alvin Kamara and DeAndre Swift, right? So I like that lineup a whole lot, man. And yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything that I don't like, and I don't think there is. I like Dawson Knox as your backup tight end, man. I think that's a good option, a good consistent 8 to 10 point guy in full PPR. If worst comes to worst, I like where he's at. And I think Jared Cook's going to have a good season overall, man, and I like his kind of respective role there as well. So, you know what I should do? I should play. Let's go ahead and let's to end the night. I'm gonna do Chargers, and let's play the Chiefs, man. Let's simulate a game from tomorrow. But yeah, Pickle Rick, I like your team a lot, man. And for a 14-man league, holy shit, dude. That is a great roster for a 14-man league. So, yeah, I really, really like your team. Great job drafting, man. Fantastic roster overall, man. Makes it even better, man. Yeah, you got a backup quarterback. I like your team a lot, my guy. Really, really do. DJ Vick, Saints offense is really scares me. Hoping Kamara bounces back. I do too, man. They're a tough offense to look at right now, man. They truly are. I think they will bounce back overall. But they are scaring me too. I don't disagree with that. Marquis L says sub. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that support 100%, man. Congrats on becoming part of the Catch fam. Let's see. Pickle Rick, I just thought rookie QB, so I didn't feel perfectly comfortable with starting Cooks. I was thinking if D. Hopkins is out, I might switch Marvin and Moore. Yeah, good thoughts there. I mean, dude, don't get me wrong. With your receiver depth, you could. It doesn't hurt to consider not starting Brandon Cooks in that situation. I think that made logical sense, man. So I don't fault you there whatsoever. But it looks like right now we can consider, starting Brandon Cooks and Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Those Houston Texans look pretty good overall. So, but yeah, I think that makes logical sense. The way you handle that, man. So I wouldn't fret too much there. Let's see. And yeah, if Hopkins is out, you can definitely consider throwing more in there because this Cardinals team is just going to decimate. They're just going to destroy the Jaguars. This is my prediction. And I think the Jaguars will put up some points tomorrow. Don't get me wrong. So I think Marvin Jones is a good, uh, candidate to score a touchdown and have a good game as well. So it's a really tough call if you have both of those guys. I think it's going to be a pretty high scoring affair tomorrow, man. But I do think the Cardinals are going to win in pretty comfortable fashion overall. But yeah, especially if D Hop doesn't play, I think you should consider more. But I think if you start Jones, it's okay as well. Let's see. Marquise Hill, I think I'm okay. Stacked at wide receiver, but my running back situation is a little shaky. Running back one is Taylor, then Pollard, while Henderson is hurt and Sermon on the bench. Do you think I need more depth full PPR? Uh, Listen, man, if you have four potential starters uh, at the running back position, your depth is actually pretty good. And I mean, I guess you could say 3.5 with Henderson being, a little bit injured right now. But nonetheless, man, I think you're okay. But I would be interested to see who you're considering on the waiver wire, right? And if there is anyone else you can potentially add, who would you consider dropping? Because yeah, I think you actually have pretty good depth at the moment, believe it or not. So I don't think your depth is that bad. But I mean, the Henderson injury hurts, of course, and I know Jonathan Taylor has been a little underwhelming for a lot of people. Um, so yeah, I don't think that it would hurt to look at other running backs, especially with Sermon and Pollard being kind of the next man up on your team as well. But trust me, man, it could definitely be worse. You could have James Robinson and Aaron Jones and no one else on your team, like me and my 20-man league. So trust me, man, it could definitely be worse. Having four running backs is definitely a good thing, especially if they're all potential RB1s. So yeah, man, could definitely be worse. All right. Yeah, I don't know how I'm feeling about my lineups tomorrow, guys. I'm feeling a little shaky going into tomorrow, man. I truly am. Don't know how it's going to turn out for me. I had a bad fantasy week last week. Lost by a point. Even with Aaron Jones, he needed like 42.5 points for me. He got me 41.5, which I can't really be mad about. Tua got injured. If Tua hadn't got hurt, we would have won that game. He had 0.65 points. Really tough loss. My co-host Steven's mom absolutely destroyed me in my 12-man league. Last week was a weird week of fantasy football. And honestly, week one was also a weird week. So, I mean, we're starting to get a better idea of what this season is going to look like as a whole. But it's still really tough to make a lot of these calls because we have such a small sample size still at this point in the season. So, um, I think that we're starting to get a more clear understanding of how things are going to look. But it's still hard to say, man. It's just so early in the season, and weeks one and two have been pretty strange overall. So it's definitely been an interesting season to say the least, man. A lot of injuries, man. I'm hoping that this injury bug kind of slows down to some degree. Well, not to some degree. I'm hoping that it does slow down, man, because it's definitely scaring me at the moment, man. We've seen a lot of injuries, and we've seen a lot of injuries to players that I've had on my fantasy teams, which I definitely don't like, man. And I mean, Christian McCaffrey has been the biggest blow. I think he'll bounce back, man. I think he'll be fine on the season. And I think down the stretch, he's going to be a player that we're going to want on our fantasy squad. So, um, but it sucks, man. And looking down, expecting 20 plus points from him, looking down at my fantasy points going into the week, right? as he played in Thursday night. Only seeing 5 points there, and I have him in my half PPR league. It's painful. Truly, truly painful. I mean, Tua gets hurt. Jerry Jeudy gets hurt, man. Absolutely decimates me in my 20-man league. I only have one IR spot, so I can't even make any cool waiver additions in the time. It's tough out here, guys. It truly is, man. Christian McCaffrey gets hurt. Gus Edwards gets hurt right after we draft him. I just don't like the amount of injuries we're seeing out here. Two players that I've been really high on all year long, right? So Lamar Jackson's got a stomach ache or something. Antonio Brown's on the COVID list. It's not looking good out here, Catch fam. LeBron's brain. I like the username, man. If you're new here, I hope you enjoy the late night stream, man. Appreciate you being out here, man. Appreciate you. Hope you consider becoming part of the Catch fam by subscribing down below. But nothing less, man. We just appreciate you being up in the live stream here in the live chat as well. I'm in a situation. I feel you there, my guy. Do I start CEH or Boyd? Quite honestly, man, the amount of, or the lack of red zone touches we've seen from Clyde Edwards-Helaire truly scares me. And the Chiefs have not looked good in terms of running the football. So I'm not very high on CEH at the moment. I mean, all he's done in the red zone is fumble once against the Baltimore Ravens, right? On the other hand, Tyler Boyd, I think on a normal week is basically in full PPR a lock for about 10 points, right? But T. Higgins is doubtful to play in this game here in week 3. And if he sits out, man, I think that Tyler Boyd is a really good start. And if you're asking me, man, I would personally start Tyler Boyd, especially if it's full PPR. So, yeah, if you're asking me, man, I would roll with Tyler Boyd. I'm not feeling very good overall about my guy CEH. Very, very disappointing so far on the season. So that's just where I stand with it, man. If you're asking my humble opinion, I know Tyler Boyd's been a little underwhelming, especially in week 1 against Minnesota. But overall, man, Pittsburgh is the 25th worst team against opposing wide receivers, man. So I would personally roll with Tyler Boyd as I think he's in a better situation overall. I mean, Clyde Edwards-Helaire can still prove us wrong, man. There's plenty of time on the season for CEH to step it up, man. But he's like RB 47 right now. The Chargers haven't been very good against opposing running backs. The Browns were, and he had his best game against the Browns, right? The Ravens actually aren't either. They are basically the 19th worst team against opposing running backs, right? So, but seriously, man, when we look at these numbers in the red zone, 0, red zone targets, 0. Actually, no, I'm sorry. He's had 3 red zone touches. That's what the point I was getting at earlier. He's had the opportunities. I'm sorry, I got this backwards. 3 red zone. I mean, so 3 red zone touches for RB1 isn't great, man. But all he's done off of those 3 touches is fumble once. That's the concerning part, man. And that's not what we want to see out of our fantasy RB1. Or at this point, at least you have him in the flex. LeBron's brain, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Basically, a coin flip. I don't necessarily disagree with that. But I would personally, if you're asking me, I would start Tyler Boyd. I think it's a better start overall. You might want to monitor if if T. Higgins plays or not. Right? He is doubtful right now. And if he does not play, then I think for sure, personally, I would start Tyler Boyd. But if he does play, then I think you go back to the coin flip method if you're asking me. But it's a tough call at this point in time. We got a couple injuries that are going to be kind of game time decisions, right? And yeah, I think that if Higgins is doubtful, I think Boyd is a really good start, man. Uh, but right now he's just doubtful, and even with that, I think he's a good start. But if he's for sure not going to play, then I think you go ahead and you roll with Tyler Boyd. So I will let me know if you have any other questions tonight, man, as we throw an interception in Madden. Uh, but yeah, man, if you got any other questions, man, love to hear. If you got any other questions about your roster, let me know how the rest of your uh, potential bench players are looking for that flex position as well. What a bad throw in Madden we just made. I mean, the fate of tomorrow's game relies on this game of Madden. Oh no, Travis Kelce. Oh gosh. Oh my goodness. All right, let's see here, guys. See if we got any late night NFL news. Don't think we do. I mean, we got that alert about Carson Wentz starting tomorrow, um, which is pretty big news, right? LeBron's brain. I just traded Jonathan Taylor for Robert Woods, and I feel like I just got away with robbery. Am I stupid and missed something? If you needed the receiver depth, so I'm just clarifying. You received Robert Woods, right? Let me know. Sometimes I get this backwards. Uh, People just word it opposite ways than what I'm looking at. Let me know if you got Robert Woods or Jay Taylor. I'm assuming, by the way you worded that, you got Robert Woods. I mean, I think they're both great players. I think they're both going to have very good seasons overall. I know that Jonathan Taylor hasn't been too terribly consistent, right? Uh, a small sample size, and week 2 was against a very good Rams team as a whole, right? So I still like Jonathan Taylor on the season. Oh, you got Taylor. Okay, I like that trade more than. Yeah, I actually like that trade more. I don't have any problem with Robert Woods, right? I think he's a consistent. I mean, really, he's going to get you anywhere from 10 to 20 points on a weekly basis. I mean, Cooper Kupp's the guy in that offense. He's proven that, man. Um, and yeah, I know. I mean, really, the way that Robert Woods plays, right? He's going to get targeted probably 4 to 10 times a game, and he's either going to score or he's not going to, right? And he's going to get a good amount of receptions, right? He is not really. He's not what Cooper Kupp looks like, and just the value that you're going to get out of Jonathan Taylor. Um, I think you did win the trade. I don't think you're missing anything at all, man. I think a lot of people just got low on Jonathan Taylor and this Colts offense, especially when Carson Wentz got injured. But look, Carson Wentz is already back, man. So, and we don't know how well he's going to look, right, with 2 rolled ankles and everything, right? And I'm a big fan of Carson Wentz. He's a tough football player, man. But yeah, I don't think you. I think you made a good trade, man, to say the least. So I would feel pretty good about that overall. How did we just get tackled in Madden? Did anyone see that? Holy cow! I should have just ran out of bounds and taken the field goal. Jeez. Yeah, I think that's a great trade. I don't think you missed anything, man. I think it's a good trade overall. Chris, what is going on, man? Hope you're doing well. Hope you enjoyed the live stream tonight, the late night fantasy Q&A live stream, and we are truly late night at the moment, Catch fam. So hope you enjoy the stream. If you do, hope you go ahead and hit that sub button, become part of the Catch fam. But if not, man, we appreciate the support and you just being out here, joining the stream and hopping in the chat as well. Oh, this is going to be a pick. Oh, wow. Jared Cook drops the football. Okay. LeBron's brain. That trade forces me to put Juju in for Woods with my wide receiver 1, Diggs, with the option of CEH or Boyd and flex. I have Chris Carson, too. Yeah, I mean, I think, Woods was a good, consistent wide receiver 2 for you, right? But I'm not ultimately against Juju on the season, man. I know he doesn't look great as he's like wide receiver 39, depending on scoring format. But he's kind of going to get you similar value to Robert Woods. Wow, statistically speaking, excuse me. Um, so I don't hate that trade off, man. Um, I'd be interested to see what other running backs you have. I have Chris Carson too. If that's your only other running back on top of CEH, then I think you made a really good trade. Honestly, I truly do. And I'm sorry, Chris, I didn't get to your question there. Sterling Shepard or Pittman? Appreciate the advice. My bad, man. I did not mean to skip over your question. It is getting truly late night, like I said, man. So I'm a little hazy. I didn't mean to skip over you, man. I like both of those starts a lot. Uh, I think Pittman went absolutely ballistic against the Rams, and I think he is going up against the Tennessee Titans, who are the 32nd ranked team against opposing receivers and very, very poor offensively as a whole. So, yeah, man, I really do like Michael Pittman this week, but I really like Sterling Shepard as well going up against an abysmal Atlanta Falcons defense, man. That is a tough, tough call, my guy. It truly is. Um, man, I could flip a coin on that. I could go back and forth all freaking day on that one. That's a tough one to call, man. I think actually the better matchup is Michael Pittman against the Tennessee Titans. And now that we know that Carson Wentz is out there, it might be the better matchup, man. But I am on this Sterling Shepard train all day long. I think Daniel Jones is going to have a big game against this Atlanta Falcons defense, man. And I think Sterling Shepard's going to benefit from it all day. So that is an extremely difficult decision. I think you have two fantastic players to start. Really, really, really tough call, man. All right, let's see here. Let's see, Marquise. Here are the top 5 running backs on the waiver wire. Patterson, Ingram, Barber, Jamal Williams, and JD, but Carter is 6. I think Carter has the most upside. What about you? Like I said, I'm crazy about not crazy. And by the way, LeBron's brain, Chris Carson's still your RB15 on the year at the moment, depending on scoring format, but in that range, depending on scoring format. So I think you should hold on to Chris Carson. But I think that overall, trading for Jonathan Taylor was good value at the running back position, and I think that it'll help you in the long run, absolutely. That's a tough call, Marquise. Tough call. Huh. Looking back at your roster. I mean, yeah, I don't think it would hurt to add one of those guys. Sorry, my computer was scrolling up pretty slow there. Um, I think Patterson's worth a snag. And yeah, I don't dislike the necessarily dislike the addition of Carter. I would stay away from Ingram and Barber right now. I like Williams and J.D. McKissick, but yeah, I think in terms of upside, man, you're not wrong about. Yeah, I don't think you're wrong about Carter, but I'm just not completely sold overall on the Jets' offense as a whole. So and I'm not. I mean, right now, like we've seen, we talked about this a little bit earlier. We've seen the uptick in carries to Michael Carter, but that could still change. It's still very early in the season. But right, Ty Johnson could come out and have the next uptick in carries. It's really hard to say. So tough call, man. Uh, but I don't think you're necessarily wrong in terms of upside there. But I would consider adding either Carter, Patterson, or J.D. McKissick there. Uh, but I think right now Carter and Patterson give you the highest likelihood of overall consistency, right? So those would be the two guys I would consider adding to the roster, man. LeBron's brain. I drafted Hawkinson. Everyone called me an idiot. Yeah, man. One of the first videos I did on this channel, which would probably be painful for me to go back and watch, but I encourage you to go back and watch it. I did a video on must start or not must start. Tight ends to draft after tier 1 or the elite tight ends on the season. And one of the guys I harped on really early on this channel was TJ Hawkinson, man. And I didn't draft him in any of my leagues, and I feel like the idiot, man. He looks phenomenal. He looks like an elite tight end. What is he, tight end 2 right now, man? He looks absolutely filthy. So I like where he's at overall, man. And I don't think you're an idiot at all. I wish I drafted him, man. I had the faith, and I really wish I picked him. I mean, full PPR, 25 points in week 1, 20 points in week 2. Yeah, he looks absolutely great, man. Absolutely. Yeah, tight end 3. The Ravens are the worst team in the league against tight ends, in case you're wondering. So he is going to eat this week, man. He's going to have a huge week here in week 3. So, yeah, man. That'll happen, man. People call you an idiot for making a good fantasy pick. So, happens all the time, every year. So, let's see. My backup running backs are CEH, Naheem Hines, and James White. So, a lot of good PPR value there, man. Yeah, I mean, a lot of good PPR value. I like Naheem Hines. I think he's a good start this week against the Titans, who absolutely suck in their secondary, right? And we do know Carson is going to play, so I think it's a good week to start Naheem Hines. And James White, I've been surprised, man, because we kind of saw a drop-off when Brady left that team, right? And I used to love James White. He used to be a primary target for me in fantasy every year for his PPR value, right? And I like what the chemistry we've seen between Mac Jones and James White. So I think in terms of PPR, he's a great value right now, man. So yeah, I like your backup running backs outside of Clyde Edwards-Helaire, man. Let's see, Chris. Appreciate the advice, of course, man. Anytime, man. You know that's what the Catch is here for, man. Just appreciate you being part of the Catch fam, man. Truly, truly does mean a lot to us. All right, guys, it is getting quite late. I do gotta save some energy. Is that correct grammar? I don't think so. I do have to save some energy for tomorrow. We will, more than likely. I don't see why we wouldn't be doing the live stream tomorrow for the 1:00 game. So we might hop in there a little early in case someone needs advice before the 12:00 games. But if not, man, we will definitely be in time for the 1:00 games to do some live streaming as well. But we're going to wind down this game of Madden in the 4th quarter. If you guys have any Final Fantasy Q&A, please let me know. Tonight's live stream, very successful. A lot of new faces. Got a ton of great fantasy Q&A going tonight. There was a point I just had to stop playing Madden altogether and just stare at the screen, man. That was great, man. That's what it's all about, man. Shout out to the Catch fam, man. You guys are tremendous. Appreciate all the love and support we've gotten over the last couple of months, man. Appreciate all the love and support we are getting, growing day by day. It's beautiful, man. The community is tight-knit, and it is still growing larger and larger, man. And we just appreciate this community. We appreciate the Catch fam more than you guys know. So one of the goals for the weekend when I have some time is to figure out all the logistics of getting Steven in on these live streams, so you guys can get some advice from Steven as well. And yeah, I mean he brings a different flair to the channel as well. So, we want to give a big shout out to our co-host Steven as well, man, and all the work that he's put in over the past couple of months as well for the channel. So we appreciate him coming in and modulating when he can in the live streams. And outside of that, man, we're looking forward to getting him in the live streams as well. And playing some Madden against him also is going to be a lot of fun, man. And getting competitive and getting his fantasy advice as well. So, yeah, man, we're going to finish out this game of Madden. If you guys have any final bits of fantasy Q&A, please let me know. And hopefully we get this dub for Jay Herbert and the Chargers as, obviously, if whoever wins in this Madden game will win in tomorrow night's game as well. As I accidentally, what is this? A fake spike. Oh my gosh, we're throwing it away. Holy cow. So yeah, if the Chiefs are going to lose tomorrow, it'll be determined by this Madden game, man. So, but appreciate all the new subscribers tonight, man. We appreciate all of the new members of the Catch fam, man. Let me know, of course, anytime, whether it's in the live stream or on comments on our pre-recorded videos, man, what type of content you guys want to see the most, and what you guys want to see out of the live streams, and how often you guys want to see the live streams, if this is the most helpful platform for you guys, or if there's anything more you're looking to get out of the pre-recorded videos or the live streams in general. Please let me know. Of course, guys, we'll always be willing to, we are always willing to work with you guys and kind of change up formats and things like that. As we just threw a beautiful dime there by Justin Herbert, but did we leave too much time on the clock? Let's make sure we've got our best quarterback. Okay, we do have our best quarterback on Tyreek Hill. And yeah, sorry guys, I had like a crazy cramp, Charlie horse or whatever in my leg in the middle of this stream, so I apologize for that, guys. And yeah, got some allergies going on. It's that time of year for me, so do apologize for that as well if I was sniffly tonight. But overall, man, appreciate your guys' love and support. And yeah, man, Catch fam is growing day by day, man. Tell your friends, tell your family. Join the Catch fam today, man. Especially if they're into fantasy NFL, man. And, while this channel is primarily an NFL channel, of course, or excuse me, it is an NFL channel, but it's primarily a fantasy channel. And with that being said, man, one of the things Steve and I are going to work on a lot in the offseason, which is way down the roads, man, is a lot more NFL debate type podcast, man. So we're really looking forward to that. And it's not just going to be recent NFL, it's going to be NFL debate from all eras. So I'm really looking forward to that in the offseason, man, and just Steven and I developing our podcast skills overall, man. But I hope you guys are looking forward to that. Just so you guys know, we're always going to function primarily as a fantasy channel. That's what we always wanted to do, but we always wanted this channel to also be kind of versatile and have some podcast NFL debate on there too. We can always do that live stream and interactive as well, man. So yeah, I hope you guys are looking forward to that too. Kyle Ellis, I'm back. He hasn't gotten back to my trade. I need a kicker. Do I drop Sorman or Tannehill for a kicker? I'm starting Cousins, 1 QB, 4-point, 4 touchdown league. 10-man PPR. Remind me of your other running backs, please. And then I will, if it depends on your other running backs, let me know. Marquisel, all right, thanks, bro. See you next time. Yeah, man, appreciate you. Appreciate you coming out to the stream tonight. Hope you have a great night and a great Sunday. Pickle Rick, excuse me. How do you feel about Dawson Knox or Max Williams? We talked about Max Williams earlier as Patrick Mahomes just won this game on the final play. That was awesome. That was a great way to lose. Holy cow. Listen, man. Dawson Knox probably a safe bet for 8 to 10 points. Max Williams, it's a tough call. We talked about him earlier, and it's a gamble, man. It truly is. So, could he have a big game? Yes. Uh, could he potentially have another goose egg? Yes. I was thinking about starting him, but I'm not necessarily sure. So, it's a really tough call, man. I think Dawson Knox is probably a safer bet, but Max Williams has more upside. Let's see, Kyle Ellis, sorry. You've got Henry, Taylor, Gaskin. Oh, yeah, that's right. Demont, Edmonds, and Hunt. I'm sorry, man. I am. I know we went over this earlier. It's been a long night. Got a lot of members of the Catch fan giving me their rosters of different players. So I just want to be sure is all, man. But I appreciate you repeating that for me from earlier tonight. Uh, yeah, I think you should drop Sermon because I think that depth at quarterback is more valuable than having a questionable running back. So if the trade does not go through, yeah, I don't think Sermon's the long term answer for the Niners. And even if he begins to look like it, uh, I don't trust that backfield. And looking at your running backs, man, uh, I think that's the best move. I truly do. So yeah, go get you a kicker, man. You got to have one. And I think while you have fantastic depth right now, and it might pain you somewhat to drop Sermon, uh, you're still going to have fantastic depth even if you drop Sermon. So your roster looks solid, man. I think you'll be fine either way. But go get you a kicker, my guy. You're going to need a kicker. So I think you'll be all right even if the trade does not go through. So with that, man, we are going to call it a night. As always, man, I thank you guys so much for watching and or listening, man. If you guys didn't already, go ahead and smash that like button, man. And I truly, truly do appreciate all of the support from all of the Catch fam, whether you just joined tonight or you have been a loyal member of the Catch fam all along. Appreciate you guys more than you guys know. Excuse me, your support means everything to the channel, man. This community would not be what it is without you guys. So as always, I truly, truly do appreciate each and every one of you. Go ahead and smash the like button if you guys didn't already, or if you watch this retrospectively. Kyle S. says thanks. You are absolutely welcome, my guy. We will see you soon. We will see all of the Catch fam soon and on the next live stream. So, like I said, thank you guys very much for watching or listening. And remember, you saw it here on the Catch.